and welcome to Dead Man Talking. Tonight's show is an exclusive and brand new story on Amazon bookstore by the incredibly talented Jack LaFountain that's set to make your skin crawl and chills up and down your spine. I guarantee you that. As ever, please do let us know what you thought down below in the comments box. Please do like and share. It really does help build the channel and our community further. And why not hashtag TeamFEAR? And so, with that aside, let's get into tonight's story, entitled Bayou Moon. Chapter 1. Let's get straight into that. The lights at 439 Pierre Street came on earlier than they did anywhere else in Loquet. Its lone resident, Delmer was habitually awake before the 3:30 alarm and on his way to work by 4. This morning was no exception. Running a hand through his salt and pepper hair, Delmer shuffled off to the bathroom. His hair was getting saltier every day, and tiny crow feet had stamped into the corners of his eyes, where the only sign of his face yielded to age. He shivered a little as he splashed handfuls of cold water onto his face, scrubbing it dry on the towel hanging next to the mirror. That done, he flashed a quick smile and returned to his room, scratching a place he reserved for private moments. He pulled a white baker's coat from a row of them hanging in the closet, slipped his arms through the sleeves, and buttoned it over a bright white shirt before pulling on starched overalls. Then, balancing a black cap with a gold fleur-de-lis on the front of it atop of his head, he headed for the door. A wide-haired terrier jumped from the bed and chased after him, and Delmer stopped in a doorway to scratch behind the little dog's ear. You be a good boy, Pepe," Delmer told the bouncing bundle of energy at his feet. Pepe ignored him and began to run laps around his master in a playful attempt to keep him home. And Delmer carefully stutter-stepped around the dog, but kept up a steady march for the front door. They were still a few feet from their destination when Pepe froze in his tracks, his eyes locked onto the door. The hair on the little dog's neck stood on end, his lips curled back from his tiny, sharp teeth, and a low growl rumbled in his throat. "Ho, what are you here?" Delmer asked with a chuckle. "There a monster out there, boy? You gonna get him?" Pepe continued to growl. The dog's abrupt departure from his usual playfulness had Delmer spooked. He mimicked the dog's tilted head, listening for something, anything that might tell him what had the dog so frightened. A shiver washed over him. Goose flesh stood on his arms. The skin on the back of his neck began to crawl, but he heard nothing except the wind outside. Sliding one foot silently in front of the other, he inched forward, and Pepe followed, keeping his body glued to his master's right leg. Delmer could feel the dogs trembling beside him. His hand shook as he reached for the door. A second before making contact, the knob moved. He snatched his hand back. Unmoving and barely breathing, he stared at the door, waiting for the knob to move again. "What the hell is this nonsense?" his quivering lips said. "That door don't move." He rubbed his palms together to warm them. The chill he felt turned to ice. There was no denying it this time. The unlocked door rattled on its hinges, and the knob shook on its own accord. Delmer retreated on tiptoes, and Pepe's bladder had let go, and wet boot prints followed Delmer's track across the room. Trying hard to hold on to his own bladder, he reached deep into the space between the cushion and the arm of his chair. He pulled out an old Colt revolver his daddy had left him. The click of the hammer sounded like limbs snapping. He swallowed hard, raised the weapon, and crept back to the door. His hand reached for the latch once more and again drew back suddenly. He decided on a new strategy. "I got a gun, by God," he warned. "You hear me? I'll shoot your ass." His own heavy breathing was the only reply, hoping against hope that whoever was out there got the message. He drew back to the living room curtain with the muzzle of the Colt and flipped on the porch light. The wide porch was empty, but he couldn't see the area immediately in front of the door. Ah, hell, you got the gun, he thought. You going to work or you gonna hide? Work won out. His hand closed around the knob and slowly he turned it. And shaking his head, Delmer pulled the door towards him. It creaked open on rusted hinges, allowing a thread of lingering moonlight to fall across the tops of his boots as he inched the door open a bit further. Pepe shot between his legs and through the open door before Delmer could move. The dog let out a high-pitched yelp and Delmer yanked open the door. "Pepe, you!" The words stuck in his throat. Delmer's eyes filled his face. He desperately wanted to scream. A strangled, squeaking sound was all that escaped his throat. A hand closed over his face and long claws dug into the flesh of his neck. Across town, Sheriff Ed Landry was jarred from a sleep by the tiny notes of what passed these days for a ringing tone. As he reached for it, he reminded himself, again, to ask somebody to change the damn thing. He found the phone on the second try. "Landry," he mumbled into it. "Sheriff," Jerry Wills said in his car. "I need you down at Delmer Rousseau's house, right now. Delmer's been killed." "What the? Never mind. Tell me when I get there. I'm on my way," Landry said. "Did you keep it off the scanner? No lights and sirens?" "I'm afraid not," Jerry said. "I've already got company." "Damn. Well, can't be helped. Call Doc Johnson," Landry ordered, glancing at the clock. "And for God's sake, keep it as quiet as possible." Jerry Wills was Landry's unofficial chief deputy. He was on the force before Landry's election as sheriff 5 years before. Jerry had the makings of a good sheriff even back then. Motivation, not skills, had been the deciding factor in him not running for the office. Landry counted it as his good fortune that neither did Jerry have an interest in the jobs offered to him by bigger cities. Like Landry, he was born and raised in Locquette. The draft was over by the time Jerry graduated from Locquette High. He worked a brief stint as a convenience store clerk before enlisting in the army. He served his time and returned to Locquette, where he applied for a job as a deputy and was hired by Landry's predecessor. He had been with the department ever since. Jerry was senior enough not to have to work the night shift. However, he was a night owl by nature and did so by choice, much to the joy of the less senior deputies. Murder in tiny Locquette was unheard of, but big stuff going on down during the last hour of the night shift was a regular fare. In less than 10 minutes, Landry clapped his Stetson on his head as he was rushing out the door. As he rolled up to the curb in front of 439 Pierre Street, Jerry was standing at the gate of Delmer's picket fence, which he had just finished decorating with yellow tape. He nosed his cruiser in grill to grill with the deputy's car. He reached for his hat, pushed the door open with his foot, and climbed out. Landry pulled the brim of his hat low onto his brow and stood glaring over the roof of his cruiser at the crowd gathered across the street. Cursing beneath his breath, he waved Jerry over to meet him in the space between the units. Landry's face remained impassive through Jerry's animated, though unnecessary, apology for calling his boss out at this ungodly hour. As he was speaking, a hand tugged at Landry's elbow. He swatted it away without a glance. Vera Thibodeau, Delmer's next-door neighbor, squawked and cursed. "Miss Vera," Jerry scolded, "what if your mama heard you talk like that?" "My mama is 83 years old and deaf as a post," she shot back. "You just mind your manner, Jerry Wills." "And she's right next door, Miss Vera," Landry added. Shouldn't you go see about her? Vera ignored his advice, and she continued to grumble about the nerve of some people as she wandered away to rejoin the crowd of a dozen or so gathered across the street. Landry turned his attention to Delmar's blood-covered porch and the two equally bloody steps leading up to it. Boots and the legs of a pair of overalls he assumed belonged to Delmer Rousseau were all that were visible from the street. He glanced up at his deputy's boots and back at the porch where a bloody set of footprints led away from the house. Seeing the clean boots on Jerry's feet brought a sigh of relief. Jerry knew better than to walk all over the crime scene. But when you haven't had a murder in years, mistakes can happen. Now, did you look inside? Landry asked. Yeah, no one's there but Delmer, Jerry answered. How did you get in? And the back door was unlocked. No sign of forced entry. Okay, well, let's have a look. Landry pointed for Jerry to lead the way around back. Who carted in? Landry asked. Maury, Jerry said. He says those are his bloody footprints out front. He's in my car. Seems that when Delmer didn't show up by 5, Maury got worried. He's the one that carted in. He didn't realize he'd been standing in blood until I pointed it out to him and asked about the prints. Maury was Maurice Fontaine, Delmar's employer and owner of the Bayou Cafe. Delmer hadn't missed a day of work in 22 years. His steadfast service at the cafe was the confirmed source of 3 flu outbreaks and the launching pad for the annual summer cold season in Bonaire Parish. And it was the first time in 2 decades he had arrived to find the cafe dark. And when he found the door locked and the safe intact too, he grew concerned for Delmer and went looking for him. Landry nodded and followed the deputy. The crime scene just outside the back door wasn't as pristine as it first appeared. Landry stepped over a large puddle of Jerry's breakfast near the gate. His own stomach rolled over at the sight of the pool of undigested biscuits and gravy in the backyard. Damn, boy, you made one hell of a breakfast, Landry said. That's all right, that stuff from the stack and go ain't worth keeping anyway. Jerry groaned and laid a hand on his lurching stomach, causing Landry to take a step back. That's okay, Sheriff, Jerry said with a weak smile. There's nothing left. Landry wasn't entirely convinced, and to his thinking, Jerry still looked green around the edges. He followed the deputy up the back steps and through the door into a tiny mudroom, where a yellow slicker hung from the nail above a pair of boots tucked neatly under a small blue bench. The floor in Delmar's mudroom reminded Landry of the one in his grandmother's house, and hers was covered with the same hideous brown and yellow linoleum that Landry hated. The floor was ugly as sin, but it looked clean. There was no blood or dirt to be seen, and no footprints. As Jerry said, there were no signs on the door of forced entry. The wretched vinyl flooring continued from the entry through a narrow doorway into a spotless Galais-style kitchen. The modern stainless steel appliances looked out of place against the country blue and white of the worn cabinets and walls. A print sofa in the same blue and dusty rose was visible in the living room beyond. Delmer evidently took his home cooking as seriously as his professional efforts. His home decor? Not so much. The countertops lining the kitchen were crowded with rows of sparkling chrome mixers, blenders and gadgets that did things Landry couldn't imagine. Across the room, grey light seeped in through a partially open curtain. And the air was heavy with a salty copper smell of blood that covered the door, walls and floor. And Delmer Rousseau's bloody corpse was sprawled in the doorway. On the exterior side of the doorway, the front porch was splattered with the same blood that pooled beneath Delmar's body. What do you make of that? Landry asked, pointing at the door. And Jerry pushed his Stetson back and scratched his head. The door was open and Delmer right there when it happened. Damn right it was, Landry said. I'd say whoever did this must have killed him right there in the doorway. Maybe we'll get lucky and find some prints besides Delmar's on the back side of that door. Did Doc Johnson give you an ETA? "I should be here in the next 30 minutes, Jerry said. "The CSI ought to be right behind him." "Okay, well, since the crowd has gathered, go ahead and have dispatch call a couple of deputies in to keep them back while the CSI is at work." "Sure thing. Already in the works, Sheriff." "I don't see any damage to the door," Landry told him. "I guess Delmer either let them in or at least opened the door for them," and Jerry nodded in agreement. "Sheriff," Jerry said, "any guess as to where we might find his head?" Jasmine Ledoux was what passed for the crime scene investigation unit for Bonaire Parish. She was a graduate of Southern University with a master's in criminal justice and a speciality in evidence collection. While she worked for the Morgan City Police Department, she was designated as an investigator for the tiny Bonaire Parish. She had never actually worked a case in the parish, and Landry had met her only twice at area conferences. Landry was standing in Delmar's front yard when he saw one of his deputies let a fire-red Porsche Panamera pass inside the barricade. "This should be interesting," he told himself. As impressive as the car was the black woman that slipped from it. She withdrew a large case from her car and started walking Landry's way. She was dressed in a simple, sleeveless white tee, loose-fitting black pants that reminded him of hospital scrubs and sneakers. She walked with her shoulders back, head erect, with an unwavering gaze. Her bare arms were witness to time spent in some gym. Her stride was measured and confident. "Miss Ledoux," he greeted her with a smile and outstretched hand. "Sheriff Landry," and she shook his hand. "We meet at last, officially, that is." "I suppose it had to happen sooner or later," he replied. "Welcome to Bonaire Parish. I appreciate you coming so quickly. We're here to give you whatever support you need. You have only to ask." How about a quick look at the body then? I'll get set up." "Sure thing. Follow me," he said with a wave of his hands and started around the house. "We have kept clear of the front entrance where the body is and been using the back door. I'll let you decide where it's clear for us to use the front." She stopped suddenly in the middle of the yard and stared at him. Landry went a few steps before he realized she was no longer with him. "Something wrong?" He turned and asked. "Wrong? No," she said. "Shocked is more like it." "Shocked? You see this stuff all the time." "No, not the scene," she said, smiling at him. "Courtesy, manners, unasked for cooperation and deference to my judgment. I'm a bit overwhelmed by it all. Honestly, I was all set for a battle with you." "Miss Ledoux," Landry's smile grew wide. "You are the expert here. We haven't met before now because, well, Lockett is one of those places where this kind of thing just doesn't happen. Only now it has. And we're counting on your work to help us make our case. And there's a bad guy to catch and the certainty is no call to fight about it." "Thank you, Sheriff," she said with a smile. "Your attitude is refreshing, to say the least. Tell you what, my friends call me Jazz. Let's be friends." You got it. Welcome, Jazz, to Lockett," he said and swept his hands towards the living room. "Your crime scene." "Well," Jazz said, "when you folks do it, y'all do it up big time." "Sheriff," a voice said from behind him in the kitchen. "I found his head." Bayou Moon. Chapter 2. Let's get straight into that. Much to Landry's chagrin, he stepped from the white clapboard on Pierre Street to find an army of news vans parked at both ends of the block, and their passengers had shouldered aside the crowd across the street, and he waved his deputies over to him. "I shouldn't have to say this," he began, "but but just so we are all clear, not a word to those vultures across the street. Everybody got that?" Nods and murmurs of agreement greeted his announcement. "I'll leave them to me." Doc Johnson stepped up to lay a hand on Landry's shoulder. Dr. Jefferson Johnson was the medical examiner for Bonaire Parish. He'd held the office for so long, most folks around the parish were persuaded he either was born on the job or, like Athena, sprang fully formed from his predecessor's forehead. His shaggy white mane seemed to have a mind of its own. Hair flew in all directions in a halo about his round face. His bright blue eyes sparkled with lively intelligence. His stooped shoulders and the slight hitch in his step slowed him only slightly. The man lived life unbowed to age. "All done here, Ed," he said as the stretcher carrying the black bag-wrapped body of Delmer Rousseau passed on the way to Chet Rawlins' hearse, which doubled as a coroner's van. "Anything I can feed the crowd over yonder?" Ed asked. "I died around 3 or 4, Johnson said. "Gotta be a homicide. He didn't leave his head in the cupboard on his own." "A message?" Landry agreed with a nod of his head. "I'd say so. Any idea as to the sender?" "Not a clue. No pun intended." Doc Johnson gave him a quick nod and followed the body to the waiting hearse and a ride to Rawlins' funeral home. "Who's coming along for the autopsy?" "Jerry got the short straw," Landry said. "I'll get him moving that way." Good enough. By noon, the news crews were making their way through the town, putting together stories for the nightly news. There was little to film, and his officers had followed his orders to remain tight-lipped. And that didn't seem to matter to the press. They shoved microphones in the face of anyone who would stand still long enough for it in the hopes that something sensational or utterly stupid popped out of their mouth. Some of the reporters brought coffee and donuts to the Bayou Cafe for those who cared to speculate on camera about the overnight events. Maurice gave interviews until the media circus packed up around 3 o'clock. The story hit the television network news a few hours later. Instant local celebrity and accorded those who appeared on camera with the tales of shock and awe. Babalu San, shirtless under his half-button-up overalls, provided the obligatory "What a bunch of hicks" shot savoured by city audiences. Alex James played the role of tattooed redneck for the cameras. However, the biggest sensation by far was ancient John Saint Pierre, Old John, as he was known around the town, claimed to be the oldest living person in the parish. It wasn't a for certain fact, but no one cared to dispute the story. The camera not only added £10, which Old John could use, it also added at least 50 years to his face. He looked like death had warmed him over at least twice. "I was a rougarou," John told the camera. "A rougarou?" Shelley Martin from Channel 12 feigned in ignorance. "What's a rougarou, Mr. Saint Pierre? Tell us about that." And John smiled at the camera and launched into a 30-minute tale of curses, myth, and gruesome legend, revered by Cajuns and cryptozoologists alike. Landry, unseen by Shelley Martin or her crew, witnessed the interview from a distance, cursing Old John all the while. That kind of talk was just the kind of thing that would bring a host of monster hunters down in the middle of his investigation. Old John concluded the interview with the belief Delmer was the target due to his long-standing disregard for Lent. Landry considered it an honest-to-God miracle that John's views on Delmer and Lent were the only details to reach the air. Landry caught up with Detective Ledoux as she was closing up her case and turning custody of the samples she collected to Cletus Kingman for keeping overnight and transport the next day to Crime Lab in Baton Rouge. "You look exhausted," Landry said. "Can I buy you a beer? There's a little place in town the crew here likes to hang out at. It will give me a chance to pick your brain. You game?" "I was born game, Sheriff," she said. "Why not?" "Corner of Main and LaFountain," he told her. "On second thought, meet me at the Sheriff's Department on Main. Park around the side off the street. I don't want anything happening to that car in my town. I'd never forgive myself. I'll take you and bring you back. I'll meet you there." Landry pulled into the side lot at the department, but didn't go inside. The twilight was washed by a cool breeze blowing in from the south where a few thunderclouds were building. He leaned against the side of the car and placed his palms atop the front fender and lifted himself to a perch on the front of the car. Traffic on Main Street was light, and he closed his eyes and listened to the sounds of his town. Somewhere in the distance, dogs barked at the people passing by. A few early crickets were warming up. An occasional bit of music floated to him when someone went into the cafe across the street. It was a peaceful sound of the life in a small town. Moments like this made him glad he'd come home to find himself. The sounds were the same almost every other night, but he had the feeling that LaFountain had changed forever. The full weight of what happened before dawn had not hit the town. Not yet. It would. He wasn't sure when or just how, but it would. And when it did, everything would change. Everything would wear the scar of what happened to Delmer Rousseau. The deep, throaty sound of a powerful engine and crunch of gravel under tires brought him out of his reverie. Jazz's car pulled up next to his. He jumped down from his seat to meet her. It's not so stylish," he said, holding a door to his car for her, "but it will get us there." "Well, thank you, Sheriff," she said and slipped onto the seat. And when they got to the sandbar, he hurried to open her door, but only half succeeded. He did better with the door to the bar. "Courteous and a gentleman," she said. "You don't have to open doors for me." My mother will be displeased with me," he told her. "But if it offends you, I will." No, she broke in. "You go right ahead. Your mother must be proud of you." "I hope so." He glanced away. "She died 2 years ago." "Oh, I'm sorry," Jazz said. "I didn't mean to." It's okay." It was his turn to interrupt. "As long as her lessons live, so does she. Please, call me Ed." "You are a strange man, Ed," she said, but in a nice way. Landry made introductions and Jazz settled into the off-duty banter of men and women who were more than co-workers. The television above the bar was tuned into the evening news, and thankfully John's lengthy dissertation had shriveled away into a 90-second soundbite by the time it reached the screen. "So, tell me," Landry said as the camera left John's face. "Who or what do you think killed Delmer? We didn't find a weapon. Could an unarmed man even do that?" "No way," Jazz said. "I'll wait on the ME's report, but the wounds on the neck look like tears. Almost like claws or hooks of some kind." "Hooks, huh? It just doesn't make sense." "Yeah. The guy answers the door and bam! Somebody takes his head off? It doesn't make sense. And why hide his head? Does he have any enemies?" "He's practically a hermit," Landry said. "He goes to work and home. As far as I know, that's it." "That's crazy," she said. "The only one with an explanation that fits is that old man on television." "Oh, don't look at me like that. I'm still on my first beer." Landry glanced at the empties on the table to make sure before ordering another round. The meeting broke up around 11. Landry took Jazz back to her car. "Thanks for the beer and invitation," Jazz said. "You have a great bunch of people working with you. But if it's all the same to you, I hope we don't meet again anytime soon." "Yeah, same here," he said. He watched her drive away and glanced up at the pale moon shining down on him, gave a bewildering shrug and drove himself home. Landry passed the morning reading over reports submitted by his deputies. The stack had been growing for several days, and it was time to clear the backlog. Jazz said she hoped she would not see him or his town again soon. He had a feeling she was going to be disappointed. Something in the brutality of the attack on Delmer told him that the killer would strike again. Later that afternoon, Jerry delivered the ME's preliminary report, dropping it onto Landry's desk before falling into one of the chairs. Landry found nothing shocking in the report. and there would be toxicity tests and tissue slides run. Neither of those held out much promise. And they could get lucky and get DNA, but that was going to take time and cooperation from the state lab in Baton Rouge, neither of which cared about his investigation. "Hell of a way to spend my day off," he said. "I just think of all the overtime pay," Landry replied. "Haha, since when?" "I think it's time for it," Landry told him. "First murder in memory deserves the first overtime in memory, don't you think?" "Hell yeah," Jerry's face brightened. "About damn time." "So what do you think? About Delmer, that is. Who done it?" Jerry looked at his boss and quietly shook his head. "I can't believe a person could do something like that. Doc says the neck was too ragged to be cut with an axe or a saw. More like it was ripped off. I mean, who the hell could do that?" "Yeah." Landry let a slow breath follow the word. "More to the point, who in Loquette could do it or would do it? I don't think a head-hunting stranger just stopped by in Delmar's as he was passing through." "Well," Jerry said, "I'm going to leave you to ponder that alone. This old boy is dragging himself off to bed." Landry gave him a nod and a weak wave of his hand. Landry found the walls of his office closing in on him. Grabbing a cup of coffee from the pot in the deputy's common room, he waved to Freddie sitting at dispatch and stepped outside onto the steps leading from Main Street up to the sheriff's office entrance. Cletus Kingman, Landry's newest deputy, was climbing into his car with the autopsy and crime scene samples Doc and Jazz Ledoux had collected on his way to the lab in Baton Rouge. Twilight was edging into the dark when Landry decided to call it a day. He returned to his office to gather his hat and keys before retracing his steps out front to where his car was parked. Exhausted after nearly 40 hours with next to no sleep, he started for home. And despite the allure of his waiting bed, he somehow missed his turn and instead ended up parked in front of 439 Pierre Street. He crawled out of his cruiser and planted his butt against the grill and stared at a vacant house that loomed so large in his mind. Yellow crime scene tape fluttered on the gentle breeze blowing in off the bayou. The warm air and the canopy of the stars was a slave on the uncertainty of the day. Propped against the Crown Vic, he studied the scene and listened to the night gathering around him. In Delmar's side yard, a pair of frogs picked up the beat of the ticking of his engine as it called and began to sing along. 1,000 crickets joined in on the second verse and fireflies danced to the music. Delmar's blood had been hosed away, but Landry could still make out the stain, black as ink in the moonlight. And there was a story written on that porch. He wished his reading skills were sharper, more practiced. This kind of thing simply didn't happen in Bon Air Parish. At least, not until now. "It's a rougarou." Landry jumped like he'd been hit by a cattle prod. His heart skipped a couple of beats and his feet tangled themselves in each other. He nearly fell from his perch. "Jesus, Mary, and Joseph," Landry said when he could breathe again. "John, you scared the living hell out of me." "It's a rougarou. It's a rougarou." Old John smiled and pointed up at the moon. "Yep, it's a rougarou, sure enough." "No, it's not," Landry said. "I want you to quit saying that. God, all I need is a bunch of gun-toting Cajuns crawling all over the parish hunting for werewolves." "That'd be something right there," John told him with a laugh and came over to lean next to Landry. "But just remember, old John told you so." The two men sat together, staring at the empty house in silence as the night stretched out before them. Landry chuckled to himself. This was the way men did it, the way they problem-solved. Women always wanted to talk about it, get their feelings out there. Men were different. They thrived on the quiet tumult in their own head. The frogs had moved on, tired of their song, but the crickets were still in the mood to sing. "John, what are you doing in town this time of night?" Landry broke the stillness. "'Tain't safe out there," John flipped his head towards the bayou. "The rougarou." Landry thought about it for a moment before deciding to point out the obvious. "John," Landry slipped into his good old boy voice, "that'll make a lick of sense. If there was a rougarou, and I ain't saying there is, mind you, and if there was a rougarou that killed Delmer, and I ain't saying it was, that means the rougarou is here in town, not out there in the bayou. You'd be safer at home than sitting here in town." "Oh, yeah?" John sounded startled by the revelation. "I didn't think of it like that. I'll just be going on home now." He patted the sheriff on the shoulder and walked away. Landry slowly shook his head and chuckled to himself once more as he watched the old man trotter down the deserted street. Maybe he's right, Landry thought. Why not a monster? He knew it was wishful thinking. Only another man could slaughter a harmless soul like Delmer. Man was the only real monster. "John, wait up," he called after the old man. "I'll give you a ride." Bayou Moon. Chapter 3. Let's get straight into that. Landry watched the old man shamble across the overgrown yard by the headlights of his cruiser and mount the bare wood steps turned grey by the weather to the decaying house he called home. John Saint Pierre was an old man when Landry was in kindergarten. The house where he lived was a recent addition as far as the life of John Saint Pierre went. Landry remembered the cypress log cabin that this one replaced years ago. He laughed to himself at the memory of Tommy Fontenot screaming like his hair was on fire as he ran past the 5th grade version of Ed Landry on this very road. And Tommy and a couple of others had tried to trip over John's outhouse and got a double-barrel blast of birdshot sent over their heads for their effort. Old John's outhouse was probably still untouched to this day. He turned the car around and steered it back towards town. This stretch of Black Bayou Road was a lonely place after dark. The only other structure for a quarter mile was Frank Bass Fish Camp, the lights visible from the road when the place was occupied. A deer jumped from the scrub into Landry's path just as his eyes returned to the roadway. He slammed onto the brakes, fishtailing in the gravel. He steered into the slide and brought the cruiser under control while cursing to himself for such a stupid stunt. In the recesses of his mind, a voice whispered to him about the dangers of acting on first instincts. This time, he arrived at home as planned. He grabbed a beer from the refrigerator, making a mental note to resupply the first chance he got. He dropped down in his chair, pulled off his boots. Glad to be done for the day, he settled back to savour a bit of dark, smooth liquid. He woke up 2 hours later, the right side of his cheek aching, and the still half-full bottle of beer warm. He stripped off his uniform, dropping clothes where they fell on his way to bed. The alarm screaming in Landry's ear was merciless. The number of times Delmer's headless body had flashed across his mind meant nothing to the electric slave driver. The alarm had one job to do, and by God, it was going to do it until Landry got his ass up. It was 7 o'clock, and there were people to serve and protect out there. Landry gave in and slapped the alarm clock and swung his legs out and over the edge of the bed. The wood floor was cool beneath his bare feet. He scrubbed his face with his hands, chasing away the lingering sleep from his eyes, and took in a deep breath of morning air, blew it out and started for the bathroom. The hot water of the shower melted away the stress that his shoulders had tied into knots and banished the still aching crick in his neck. He steadily bumped the hot water faucet to the left, standing under the scalding spray until, at last, the water heater surrendered and the water began to cool. He dried quickly before wrapping the towel around his waist and abandoning the steam-filled bath in favour of his bedroom, where he stood absently gazing at the uniforms hanging in his closet. As he looked at a row of khaki uniforms hanging there, it seemed like a good time to retire and ditch uniforms altogether. except for the 4 years in college he had worn one or another uniform since he was 18. Ah, hell, he said as he reached for the shirt. Dressed, he greeted a sink full of dishes with a shrug on his way out the door. One more day wasn't going to hurt anything. And minutes later, he pulled up to the Bayou Cafe and ambled inside. Landry dropped down at his usual place at the counter. Maury met him with a steaming cup of coffee, which he slid silently in front of Landry and backed away. Halfway through his first cup of strong black coffee, a sensible connection to reality was made, and Ed Landry, Sheriff of Bonaire Parish, was open for business. Although he had heard it all before, he waved Maury over. "Morning," Landry said. "Now that you slept on it, do you know of anybody that was having trouble with Delmer?" "What? No," Maury said. "They only say why that Delmer don't make enough beignets. Father Jean came in 3 days ago, asked Delmer why he'd not go to church. Well, that's all. Besides all that, who's sleeping anymore? Not me. Looks like not you too." "Yeah, you're right there, Maury." Landry looked around the cafe. "I cannot for the life of me believe anyone would do that to Delmer." Maybe old John is right," Maury said. "Maybe it is a monster. Don't you go getting all crazy on me too. You know me better than that, Sheriff, but still, this is crazy business we got here." "Right again," Landry told him. "What's good for breakfast today?" "Hey," Maury spread his arms wide. "Everything I make is good." Landry ordered a ham and egg biscuit and washed it down with a second cup of coffee before grabbing a third cup to go. He didn't have far to go. The sheriff's office was just across the street. Landry took time to gaze up at the soft pale blue sky, laced with wisps of high clouds. A hint of a breeze rippled through the pines and was carried along Main Street, whispering that spring was here. Landry took the steps from the sidewalk to his office door 2 at a time. He pushed his way inside and waved at Freddie, sitting at dispatch, hung up his hat and was about to sit at his desk when he realized he was not alone. Behind the door was a tall, lanky man with a shock of coal-black hair above a large hawk-like nose and black-framed glasses. Next to him was a kid of no more than 17. The kid, around 6'5" and 250 pounds, wore a battered green field jacket and an Air Force patch over one breast and a name over the other. The kid's face was, vaguely familiar. Landry was sure it did not belong in Loquette, but the name on the jacket did. So did the black-haired man with him. Landry walked around the desk and held out his hand. "Frank, how you doing?" Tolerable, I suppose," the stranger said. "This is my nephew, Roger." "Richard's boy?" Landry asked. Frank gave him a quick nod. "Y'all sit down." Landry pointed at the chairs in the front desk. "How can I help you?" Landry noticed that young Roger's left knee was bouncing like it was turbocharged. His eyes flitted about the room and his hands couldn't seem to decide where they wanted to be. "So, Roger," Landry tried to put the boy at ease. "I knew your daddy, and he was a fine man." "Yes, sir," Roger said. His knees slowed a little. "What is it I can do for y'all?" Frank glanced over at the boy, pointed at the sheriff and nodded. Landry leaned forward, waiting for the kid to say what was on his mind. Roger looked back over his shoulder and saw that the door was closed and then cleared his throat. "I think I saw who killed that man yesterday," Roger blurted out. "What did you say?" Landry asked, though he had heard perfectly. "Just a minute." Landry reached into the knee drawer of his desk and pulled out an ancient tape recorder. "A recorder," he explained to the baffled boy. "Frank, if this is going to be about Delmar's death, I need to record what is said. Any objections?" Frank shook his head. Landry switched the recorder on and entered the date and the names of those present. "Okay, Roger." He turned his face up to meet the boy's eyes. "Tell me what you saw." I think I think I saw who killed that man who works at the cafe, Roger repeated. You think you saw? Landry looked at Roger, then Frank and back. What makes you think so? Roger got up and retrieved the backpack he'd left by the door. He slowly walked back to the chair, dropped the backpack on the seat and opened the zipper compartment. Frank leaned forward and stretched his arm across the backpack. I told the boy you wouldn't arrest him, he said. I can't promise you that, Frank, Landry said. And you shouldn't have either, first off. I have no idea what's in that backpack or what's involved here. Next, I have a duty to do here. I will tell you this, I will cut the kid all the slack I can. Good enough? And Frank nodded at Roger. Well, the night before last, we were out at Uncle Frank's camp, Roger began. It was kind of foggy on towards the morning. Anyway, we heard something snapping twigs and crashing through the brush on the other bank. Jeff shined his light that way to see what it was. What's Jeff's last name? Dunno. It was me, him and John. You know, just hanging out. And did you see? Landry asked when the kid seemed to run out of gas. It's hard to say. Now, why is that? Landry asked. Either you saw something or you didn't. Which is it? Did you see something and did the others see it too? Yes, sir, Roger said. It's just that I don't know what it was. It looked like a man, only he was wearing a mask. A mask? Uh-huh. I mean, yes, sir. Yes, sir, a mask. Look up here, Roger. Landry tapped the corner of his eye. What kind of mask? I can't rightly say, Roger said. It had a lot of hair. Maybe a dog or a wolf, I don't know. When Jeff's light hit him, he was crouched down by the bank. And then he stood up and just stood there, looking right at us for a few seconds. Did I say he was naked? Anyway, he was naked and covered with something dark. Blood, I reckon. He looked right at us, and after about maybe 30 seconds or so, he ran off into the trees. When it got full light, we took a boat across the bayou and we found this. Roger reached down and pulled a blood-covered bundle from the backpack. Landry held both palms up in Roger's direction. Whoa, whoa, Landry shouted. You hold it right there. Don't move. The sheriff hurried around the desk and stuck his head out the door. Jackson, get in here, he shouted and turned back to the boy. Roger, very slowly, put that down on the desk and back away from it. I didn't do anything, I swear, Roger said. I just found it. I believe you, Landry said. Now just do what I asked. Deputy Jackson came through the door, barely avoiding a collision with Roger as he backed away. Jackson looked around at the boy, opened his mouth to ask what was needed, and then saw the bloody object on Landry's desk and retreated. He returned moments later with gloves and evidence bags. Landry looked at the shape of the blood-covered cloth on his desk and knew what he was going to find when it was unwrapped. Procedure trumped the growing knot in his belly and the chill running through him. And Freddie, summoned from his dispatcher seat by Jackson, appeared with a camera and slipped between Landry and his deputy as they were putting on gloves. He snapped 4 pictures of the thing on his desk and then stepped away. Oh shit, Sheriff, Jackson groaned as he pulled back the cloth. Landry swore under his breath as the face of Delmer's dog Pepe was pulled free of the rags that covered him. Jackson spread the cloth flat onto the desk under the dog's mangled body. Damn, looks like he was chewed by a lynx or something, Jackson said. Or a wolf, Frank said, peering over Landry's shoulder. Pictures taken, Pepe's bloody body was carefully lowered into a bag and tagged as evidence by the deputy as Landry watched. The body secure, Landry turned his attention to the backpack. The inside compartment was covered with blood from what appeared to be a full set of equally bloody clothes. When Deputy Jackson finished with the shirt, he tagged into evidence a pair of socks, underwear and jeans, as Landry removed them from the backpack. "Is this where the clothes were when you found them?" Landry asked. "No, sir," Roger told him. "They were scattered on the bank. We wrapped up the dog and stuffed them down in a pack. We thought you would want to see them." "Well, son, you're right there," Landry said. "But I really would have wanted to see them where you found them. Tell me something. You said the man you saw was naked? Was there blood on the clothes before you put them in the backpack?" "No, sir." Roger's voice fell with his head. "Guess we screwed everything up, Sheriff." "You complicated things, but don't kick yourself over it. You boys aren't police officers, but damn, don't y'all watch CSI?" "We don't have cable, Sheriff." Forget I said it," Landry said with a chuckle. The clothes from the backpack were far too small to fit Roger Bass, but just to be sure, Landry did a quick inspection of Roger's body and showed no sign of trauma. In all probability, the blood belonged only to Pepe, but the final word would have to wait for the state crime lab. Jackson carried the sealed evidence from the room. The sheriff motioned for Roger and Frank to sit and resumed his seat. Landry rested his elbows on the desk and lowered his head into his hands, rubbing his chin while his eyes scrutinized Roger. "Y'all were drinking?" Landry said. "That's why you were worried about being arrested?" Yes, sir," Roger said. "Frank, what's going on here?" Landry asked. Frank Bass slowly shook his head. "I don't know, Ed. The boy has been in trouble since his daddy died. His mama sent him here hoping it would help straighten him out. I thought it was working. Now, there's this." Landry leaned across the desk and pointed a finger at the boy. "You have a right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to an attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be provided for you. Do you understand the rights I have just told you? And with these rights in mind, do you wish to speak to me?" Tears blossomed at the corners of Roger's eyes, and he swallowed hard and slowly nodded. The boy's uncle was about to intervene when Landry cut him off with a raised hand. "Now you listen to me, Roger." Landry's voice was cold still. "If you're involved in this in any way, you best heed the advice and get a lawyer. Are you sure you understand?" "Yes, sir, Sheriff." Roger's tears started down his face. "I swear I didn't do anything but find them clothes." "Do you understand, Frank?" Landry turned on the uncle. "You want a lawyer? Are you arresting the boy?" "No," Landry said. "He gets a free pass on the drinking. That's just kids being kids. I just don't want to find out later he's involved and have some jackass lawyer moaning now how he wasn't read his rights." Roger and Frank heaved united sighs and sank back into their chairs. "Now," Landry said, "who exactly is we?" Three hours later, the interviews with Roger and his two companions, Jeff and John Donne, completed. Landry felt like a ton of bricks had been dropped upon him. The questioning went on as expected, and he was looking for a white male, undermined age, medium height and thin build, and a hairy mask. Well, that didn't narrow the fields down by much. Hell, not at all as far as Landry was concerned. He needed coffee. Well, there was a pot in the common office, and he headed for it. He held the pot up to the light, and its contents were black as ink, thick as syrup, and smelled a bit scorched. And he poured a cup. Freddie pointed at the steaming cup in his boss's hand. "I wouldn't drink that, boss. That's got to be toxic by now." "Invigorating is the word," Landry said after a quick sip. "You know, Freddie, if you'd leave that frou-frou coffee you drink alone, you might grow facial hair someday." And Freddie was saved from further comment by the arrival of Jerry Wills. Landry motioned for Jerry to follow him to his office, Landry propped his boots on the corner of his desk and leaned back to enjoy his coffee. He filled the deputy in on his talk with Roger Bass. Roger didn't strike him as a killer, and nor did his drinking buddies, Jeff and John Donnay. But he told Jerry a few extra eyes on the boys couldn't hurt things. "So the stories jive?" Jerry said. "What now?" "Well, they told the truth and nothing but the truth," he told the deputy. "No crime there. What we need from them now is the whole truth." "You think those three are holding out on us?" "Without a doubt. They were vague about the face, and they were sure about the bird tattoo on his shoulder, but got real dumb about the face. How do you see a man's shoulder and not get a hint of his face? I don't buy the whole hairy mask crap." "Well, maybe they didn't recognize who it was." Could be. I doubt it, but could be. One thing I'm sure of, they did see his face. And they're protecting someone." "I don't get that feeling. I think that they are scared." Bayou Moon, Chapter 4. Let's get straight into that. After sending Jerry home with orders to get some sleep before he reported in on night shift, Landry left his office in search of fresh coffee. Freddie Bimmel was sitting at the dispatch desk. Landry wandered over, pouring himself a cup. Landry exercised a laissez-faire style in the day-to-day operations of the department. Scheduling was left largely to the officers, with immediate oversight in Jerry's hands. Landry took personal control of training officers and delegated mostly everything else to men he certified. Louisiana had a state training course for law enforcement. It was good, but not good enough for Ed Landry. Training at the Bonaire Parish Sheriff Department was his own brand of hell on wheels. And once a man passed the sheriff's muster, he was trusted to do his job with minimal supervision. I had made for a sound force, but Landry seldom knew or cared who was working at any particular time. "Who's on patrol right now?" he asked Freddie. "That would be Cletus and Harlan. Do you need something, boss?" "I have Cletus meet me out of Frank Bass's fishing camp in about 20 minutes, Landry said. "I'm headed there now, but he need not hurry." And Freddie was on the radio to Cletus as Landry went out the door. The pavement on Black Bayou Road ended about a mile from town, but it was well maintained. Many of the citizens of Loquette had fishing camps scattered around along the bayou. Red Crenshaw did a good business running a combination of alligator farms, Cajun eatery, and hosting alligator tours out that way. And he served a little liquid refreshment, the kind taxed by state. Buck kept it discreet. Red was buddies with a few of the old boys running the road department, and they saw to it that Black Bayou Road was kept up for the tourists. Or at least as far as Red's place. 15 minutes later, he pulled off the road onto the drive to Frank's fish camp. The boat was tied up where Frank said it would be, and he had gotten permission to use it to cross the bayou. Meanwhile, he decided to have a look around before Cletus arrived. Cletus Kingman was a newcomer to Bonaire Parish. His parents moved to nearby Bayou Vista in the 70s from up north. What brought them all that way from Shreveport to Bonaire Parish, nobody seemed to know for sure. Cletus did a hitch in the Navy after graduating from high school. He had enough of the Gulf, cashed out of Uncle Sam's service, and ended up in Loquette. Close enough to visit his folks, but far enough away to be as free as he wanted to be. What Landry knew of a procession of young ladies through Cletus's life, it seemed a smart arrangement for the young man. Cletus had a good head on his shoulders, but Landry thought him a little gun-shy when it came to death and superstitions. This case was the test he needed. Landry found the ring of rock and scavenged garden blocks that held as the boys' fire. The scattered beer cans and half-burnt branches still stacked in the ring told him they left there in a hurry and were fortunate not to burn Frank's camp to cinders. Cletus pulled up behind Landry's cruiser and walked to meet him. Cletus was a few inches shorter than Landry's 6 feet and at least 20 pounds heavier, every ounce of it muscle. "Hey, Sheriff," he said with a wave. "What's up?" Some boys camped here the night before last. Found Delmer's dog over there." He pointed across the narrow bayou. "Frank said we can use his boat to go over and take a look." Landry noticed the start of a frown on his deputy's face that was quickly hidden at the mention of the dog, but said nothing. He would tread carefully. Guys with Cletus' background were good about hiding the lingering effects of PTSD, up to a point. If that was the case with Cletus, he wanted to know that point without pushing him past it. "The boys brought the dog's body into the office this morning," he told the deputy. "And there still may be something of value over there. I doubt it, but we have to look." Cletus gave him a nod of agreement and went to work on the knot that secured the boat to the small pier. Landry climbed aboard as his deputy fired up the trolling motor to power them across. The bayou was only about 30 yards across at that point. Landry glanced back at the camp. The far bank was close enough to the firing for the boys to have a good, clear look, and certainly close enough to make out some facial features or recognize a familiar face. Cletus jumped from the boat to solid ground, dragged it closer for the sheriff, and tied it to a cypress tree. Landry gave him a smile and a slow shake of his head that said he wasn't that old. The gesture did make him feel old, and it also made him proud of the spirit, the sense of honor and manliness of his officers possessed. It had not rained since the murder, and the blood-covered grass at that spot Pepe was found was easy to find. The two men searched the area in ever-widening circles that yielded nothing until Cletus reached the bank. "Sheriff," he called, "come look at this." Cletus squatted down and patted the grass with the back of his hands, and Landry looked over his deputy's shoulder at the impression in the semi-dry ground. At first, it didn't look like anything but a depression in the earth. As Landry studied it, a shape began to come together. It was a footprint, a paw print to be more precise. The biggest damn paw print he'd ever seen in Bon Air Parish. "What is it, Sheriff? A dog?" "Well, that will be the biggest damn dog in Louisiana," Landry said. "But, yeah, that's what it looks like." "You want me to come back and make a cast of it?" "Only if you want one for your own satisfaction," Landry said. "Molds and footprints don't mean a damn thing as far as evidence goes, unless there's a pattern on the sole. Well, let's head back." Landry parked in an area beside the department reserved for him and his deputies. His door opened to the intoxicating odor of seafood boiling in a huge pot across the street at the Bayou Cafe. His stomach rumbled to remind him he had not eaten since breakfast, nearly a lifetime ago. He was in no mood to resist the demands of his belly. He started for his usual seat at the counter and saw Christy Dulac alone in the corner booth and changed course. Christy was a willowy blonde with a short pixie cut that wrapped tightly around her delicate features, and she was dressed in a long green cotton blouse that flowed over her curves and a pair of casual slacks. And she divorced her no-good husband a year ago. He noticed the ring that lived on for several months was gone. Landry was not immune to her good looks. He had considered to ask her out, but never quite got up the courage to ask her. "Hi, Christy," he said as he walked up to the booth. "I don't mean to sound forward, but may I join you?" A look he could not decipher crossed her face. Police business," he hurriedly added. "Sure, Sheriff." She smiled up at him and gestured toward the seat opposite her. "If this is uncomfortable," he said, looking quickly around the room. "Not at all." Her smile grew and she chuckled at the flush that rose in his face. "I'm not under arrest, am I?" He liked her smile. No, nothing like that," he stammered. "I'm working on a case and thought, well, since you're the librarian, you might point me to a book." Her smile vanished for a moment before reappearing as a weak reflection of itself that left Landry wondering what he had said wrong. "Oh," she said. "What kind of book?"
Something on local folklore," he told her. "Something about the Rougarou legend."
Before she could answer, the waitress appeared at the table to take Landry's order.
"Oh, I'm going to the counter in a minute," he said.
"No, stay, it's fine," Christy said, her smile back. "I hate eating alone."
"If you're sure you don't mind," he said.
"Please."
"Okay, thanks," he agreed. "I'll have the crawfish boil. What is that you're drinking?"
"It's called North Coast Red." Christy lifted her glass.
"I'll have a glass of that," he told the waitress.
"May I suggest a Rousse and Louis instead?" she asked.
Sure," Landry said. "Rousse and Louis it is."
"You don't drink wine, do you?" Christy asked with a laugh.
"I always meant to start," he said. "What gave me away?"
"Most people like white wine with crawfish and shrimp. So, tell me, why do you want a book on the Rougarou? I heard old John's interview on the news. You're not seriously considering there might be a Rougarou running loose in Loquette, are you?"
"I don't know what to think at this point," Landry said. "The world is full of things that can't be explained."
"But a Rougarou?"
"Or someone who thinks they might be one. Who knows? It won't hurt to be up on the story."
They parted an hour and a half later, and with a promise to meet at the library the next day. Landry watched her drive away and then strolled across the street feeling lighter than he had in days. It took a moment of searching his memory to recall the last time he had dinner with a woman, and then quickly reminded himself that this was not a date, it was business. Sure, it was. He pulled into his drive 5 minutes later, fumbled briefly with his key and went inside. After a quick shower, he dropped down onto the bed. Feeling that he would sleep tonight was immediately confirmed. The call came into dispatch at 11:30. The emergency tone on Landry's scanner and his phone rang simultaneously. Minutes later, Landry was speeding down Panther Creek Road towards Black Bayou and praying no one else was on the road. He hit the first pothole about a half a mile outside the city limits. The jolt rattled his teeth, but it didn't slow him down. The frequency and depth of the potholes rapidly multiplied until the asphalt transformed itself into a dirt washboard that forced him to back off the accelerator to stay on the road. Half a mile further, he turned sharp to the right onto a pair of ruts and ran up onto a rundown mobile home bathed in red and blue lights of his patrol car. A mangy red-boned hound greeted him with bared teeth and a menacing growl. Landry rolled down his window. The sound of the hammer of his revolver being pulled back and the appearance of its black snout looking down from the window of his cruiser convinced the dog to beat a hasty retreat to the safety under the front porch. Landry stepped from the cruiser and made his way to the porch. The wooden steps groaned under his weight, but held. He reached through the torn screen and gave the door his best. "This is the law." Knock. The full dog barking from his hiding place was the only answer. Landry announced himself and eased the door open. His light shined over a field of jumbled, broken furniture. "Jeff, Sheriff Landry, y'all in here? Jeff?" Silence. Not crickets. Silence. Creeping, crawling silence as foreign to the bayou as a kangaroo cactus. "Jeff, you hear me? This is the sheriff. I'm coming inside." A bouncing pair of high beams lit the night behind him, and Jerry's cruiser swerved around Landry's and rocked to a halt in the yard. Silhouetted in the door by the headlights, Landry ducked inside the house and flattened himself against the living room wall. "Jerry, check around back," Landry shouted to the deputy without moving. Landry shined his light over the living room and kitchen. The place was a mess, but guessing at Jeff's tidiness, that did not necessarily mean the trouble his kinfolks imagined. He checked the hall, cleared the bedroom to his right, and worked his way through the trash piled in the hallway to the master bedroom. "Coming in," Jerry's voice announced from behind Landry. "Come ahead," the sheriff answered. The back door swung open, and Jerry followed the beam of light inside. He caught up to Landry outside the bedroom at the far end of the trailer. Landry pointed to a spot of blood in front of the door before trying the knob, and the door creaked open on its dry hinges. "Oh shit," Jerry said. Landry pulled the door closed and pointed to Jerry to back down the hall. They made their way back to the porch without a word and took up seats on the front steps, while Jerry informed dispatch of what they had found. Landry put in a call to the coroner, Jazz, Ledoux, and Doc Johnson. They were in for a long night trying to put together the pieces of Jeff Donnelly. Dr. Johnson's Cadillac rolled up in front of Jeff's house an hour later, followed closely by Chet Rawlins' hearse. Landry was surprised to see Jazz Ledoux climb out of Dr. Johnson's passenger door. They gathered their cases from the back seat and walked over to meet Landry. "Where's the body?" Dr. Johnson asked. "You know I'm getting too old for this, don't you?" "Back bedroom to the left. Jerry will show you," Landry told him and turned to his companion. "Detective Ledoux, I had a feeling we might be working together again before either of us was ready." "It's getting old already," she said. Jazz opened her kit and got into paper coveralls, gloves, and shoe covers. She snapped pictures of the damage in the outer rooms before making her way to the bedroom. "Damn," she said when she stepped into the doorway. "Yeah, that's some messy folks in this parish." The sun was coming up as Jeff Donnelly's body was making its final exit from his home. A rose-blush-coloured eastern sky, and the morning was still, the air heavy with a promise of coming heat. "Is it the same killer?" He asked more to make conversation than to gain information. "I'd say so," Jazz told him. "How about you, Doc?" "I don't think there could be much doubt about that. We'll do the work, but I'd say it's the same guy." "But there was no decapitation this time," Landry said. "No," Dr. Johnson said with a shake of his head. "Looks like this time the killer tore his heart out through his back." "He's staging the scenes and the murders," Landry told him. "He's sending us a message." "What is it?" the doc asked. "Damned if I know," Landry confessed. "But we better figure it out in a hurry. Nothing to do now but head back to town." "Sheriff Landry, come in." A pair of radios squawked in unison. "Sheriff, come in." Freddy's voice crackled again. Yeah, I'm coming," Landry said. He reached through the window for the radio. "Landry." "Sheriff, we need you back in town," Freddy stammered. "I'm heading that way now," Landry told him. "What is it?" "We have another one." "Where?" 675 Cotton Avenue. Cheryl's on scene. An ambulance has been called and she's requesting all units and the coroner." "Understood," he said. "The coroner's still here with me. I'll notify him and CSI. I'm on my way, and Jerry's right behind me." He waved at Dr. Johnson and Jazz Ledoux as they were pulling out behind the hearse. Dr. Johnson gave him an exasperated palms-up gesture and rolled down his window as Landry approached. "Just got a call," he told them, "requesting a coroner and all units. According to Freddy in dispatch, we have another murder. Y'all follow me." Landry recognized the address Freddy had relayed to him. That particular location, of itself, lent a shadow of doubt to the severity of the call. It was only the fact that Cheryl was on scene and asking for help that truly credenced to the need. The home at 675 Cotton Avenue belonged to Rita Goodwin. Rita was the reigning queen of Bayou busybodies. She had spread enough manufactured bull manure to fertilize an entire parish, and Ed Landry's ability as sheriff was a frequent subject of her many, many conversations. Loath though he was to admit it, If ever there was a citizen of Lockett, he figured to be a victim of murder. Rita was it. He pulled up into Rita's house to find Cheryl trying to shoo a half-dozen of Rita's neighbours off her front porch. And seated just outside the open front door was a pale-looking Minnie Belle Wheeler, a damp cloth draped over her forehead and fanning herself with a white handkerchief. And it was a clear case of vapours, a familiar condition among the older, genteel ladies of the Bayou. She'd live. Landry ignored her and pushed his way to Cheryl's side. "All right," he said. "Every last one of y'all go home. This is a police investigation and I'll have anyone still here in 2 minutes arrested for obstructing justice. Now get!" Unfortunately, the daggers thrown his way only from the eyes of the crowd. Despite the angry looks and muttered grumbling, they complied and regrouped in Minnie Belle's yard next door, which suited Landry just fine. And Jerry, Doc Johnson, and Jazz Ledoux joined Landry and Cheryl on the porch. "Who's the ambulance for?" Landry asked. "Miss Minnie Belle," Cheryl said with a cant of her head in the older lady's direction. "Jerry," Landry ordered, "take Miss Wheeler to your car and make her comfortable until the ambulance arrives, would you?" "Oh, my gracious," Minnie Belle said as Jerry lent her a hand to stand, and somehow she found strength to walk to the waiting car. "What's the story?" Landry asked. "About 30 minutes ago," Cheryl began. "According to Miss Wheeler, she and Miss Goodwin had coffee together each morning. She knocked repeatedly and got no answer, so she called for a deputy. There was no answer to my knocks and shouts for Miss Rita, so I made entry." "How?" Landry interrupted. "I found a key. It was under the mat," Cheryl told him. "I made entry and found Miss Rita. I really didn't need to check for a pulse, but I did. And she was dead and looks like she had been that way for a while." "Miss Minnie Belle sneaked herself a peek and, well, you saw her. I called an ambulance." "Okay, let's have a look," Landry said and followed her inside. Rita lay sprawled face down on her living room floor in a pool of blood. Rita, like Jeff, had kept her head. Landry thanked God for small favours, very small favours. Her head was still attached but wickedly slewed to one side, and he could see the lower half of her face was ripped from the rest of her skull. He didn't have to look far for the missing parts. Her tongue and lower jaw rested atop of the centre of Rita's ample backside. Well, Landry thought, the message of the staging is getting plainer. Someone was making a statement. Landry quickly looked over her body and took a few pictures of his own before standing aside and letting Dr. Johnson and Detective Ledoux do their jobs. He walked around the immediate scene, but he just didn't have the stomach for it at the moment. He backed slowly out of the room, trying not to disturb the scene any more than possible. When Dr. Johnson finally moved Rita to her back, it turned out Rita had no stomach for it either. Her abdomen was ripped from clavicle to groin. He had Jerry get a statement from Minnie Belle before ambulance took her away. He then called dispatch and ordered all hands, including reserves, to report in. Cletus Kingman was the first to arrive. Landry sent him to man the scene outside Rita's while he went next door to question Mamie Rue. Mamie was a 70-year-old widow with chronic insomnia and horrendous muscular degeneration. She insisted on making coffee for Landry before answering any questions. The sheriff, not one to refuse coffee, offered no resistance. 2 people were dead. If it was going to be a long time before anybody was taking a break again, why not get a cop? Well, he could. Neither Rita nor Jeff were going anywhere. "It was a god-awfulest racket," Mamie began. "At first I thought Miss Rita was caught between 2 dogs fighting. Her dog, Archie's his name, was barking like, 'Oh, get out!' And then Miss Rita started screaming, amid all the snarling and growling going on. I peeped out the door to see what was the matter, and Miss Rita's door was wide open. A minute later, a man came running out of the door. At least, I think it was a man. My eyes ain't what they used to be, you know. I could almost swear the man was carrying a dog on his shoulder. That's crazy talk, but that's what it looked like.
Which way did he go? Landry asked.
He ran right past my porch. Miss Mamie held out an arthritic finger, and went yonder way down the street.
So he ran underneath that streetlight out front of your house?
Yes, sir, Sheriff.
And you got a good look at him then? Landry asked.
Like I said, my eyes aren't so good anymore, but yes, sir, I'd say so.
Was he white, black, Hispanic?
I can't say. He had that dog on his shoulder. No, wait. He was white, yes. Sir, he was a white man. I remembered his legs were bare. Oh, come to think of it, Sheriff, I think he was naked. Yes, sir, he was naked. Oh, anyway, he was a white man with a black spot on his back.
A black spot? Landry asked. Could it have been a tattoo?
I reckon it must have been, Sheriff, Mamie said. If it was a tattoo, it was big. I couldn't make a design. Can I get you more coffee?
Landry hauled his dragging backside up onto the store at the counter at the Bayou Cafe. Maury hustled over to greet him. Judging by your look, I'm guessing beer, he said. You're guessing right, Landry said. I haven't eaten today. What's good? You know everything I make is good, Sheriff, Maury said and slid a cold bottle to Landry's way. Why'd you say you trust me? Sure, why not?
Whatever it is, make it 2. Jazz Ledoux slid onto the stool beside him. Oh, and one of those 2.
Maurice Fontaine, meet Detective Ledoux of the Morgan City Police. She's working the murders with us. Nice to meet you, Detective. He put a bottle of Guinness in front of her. I can get you a real beer if you want. The sheriff's the only person in town that drinks that stuff.
This is fine. Thanks.
Maurice shrugged and walked away, but returned less than a minute later with catfish, fries, slaw, and hush puppies.
You won't find anything that good in Morgan City, he said. I'm beginning to wonder if I'll ever see Morgan City again, she replied. What do you think, Sheriff?
Right now I'd like to see Morgan City. An hour later, Landry and Jazz stepped out of the deserted main street. Streetlights cast cones of light on the empty sidewalks. The night was still around them. Landry thought he could feel the fear in the air as they walked across to his office. It's not usually like this, he said. It's a nice little town.
Can you blame them?
No, he said. I blame me.
What? You didn't cause this. She punched him in the shoulder with a laugh. Although I have seen you at every crime scene.
Yeah, I guess you're right, he said. But I feel responsible. At least responsible for not protecting them.
Look, forget about it tonight, Jazz told him. Go home and get some sleep.
You too, and pray this is over.
The next morning, Landry was beginning to put together a timeline of the night's events. According to the Emmy, Jeff Donnet had died around 9 the night before. Cause of death, tentatively, exsanguination from multiple slash wounds. He was dismembered post-mortem. His phone was found near the back door with his brother's number on the screen. And John had been the one to call the department asking for someone to check on his brother. Rita's death happened sometime just after midnight, and that meant she was killed when he and Jerry were out on the Panther Creek Road discovering Jeff's body. Or how likely was it that the killer had been at Rita's when he drove by, possibly waiting for him to pass before he killed her? He thought it too likely to be a coincidence. Landry called a meeting of his department for 10 that morning. Everyone had been released back to their regular shifts, but he asked everyone to attend. To quell the rumbling, he announced there will be also biscuits and gravy, and bayonets from the cafe for those present in the meeting. He was surprised to see Jazz Ledoux come through the doors at 9:45. I stayed at a motel on the highway, she explained. I like to drive, but not last night. I figured I'd stick close by. Maury and his cook arrived 10 minutes ahead of the start of the meeting, and they had to push their way through a knot of reporters crowded on the steps of the sheriff's office. 3 murders in a week had suddenly put Lockhart on the map. The leaked details about the death of Delmer Rousseau made them front-page news. Placated with food, his 5 deputies and half-frozen reservists settled in to go over the case and plan for the next steps in the investigation. "We're going to keep this brief," Landry began. "It's been a tough few days. We all need a break that we're not likely to get soon. First, I want to introduce Detective Ledoux from the Morgan City Police. For those who haven't met her, she's our CSI on this, and y'all make her feel welcome. Next, as of now, overtime is authorized for all of you until this case is closed." "What about us?" Cheryl Steers asked. "Our reserve officers get paid for the hours you are on the job," Landry said. "Coordinate with Jerry and, for God's sake, keep your time up to date." "So, we're investigating it as one case?" Cletus asked. "I think it's a safe bet," Landry said. "The horrific nature of the murders and the staging of the scenes just about have to be the work of one person. And we can't rule it out, but God help us if there's more than one person in this parish capable of this." "What's the next move?" Jerry asked. "You keep your eyes open, especially at night. Encourage neighbors to check on each other. I want 1 patrol car in town after dark at all times. And to do that, we're going to need as many of the reservists as possible to step up. If we need to call someone in to answer a call elsewhere in the parish, do it. Call me if you have to. I still know how, you know." The laughter followed was good-natured play. They all knew Landry meant what he said. "Sheriff," Cheryl broke through the chuckles. "One of the reporters asked me about the condition of Delmar's body. I just thought you should know." "Damn," Landry growled. "I suppose it was bound to come out, and we can definitely count on Miss Mimi Bell to share her observations over town. I hope no one in this room is responsible for the word on Delmar. I don't believe that, and don't give me a reason to do so. And keep your mouth shut." "What about them?" Jerry pointed to the front door and the reporters beyond. "I'll tackle that when we are done," Landry said. "Who is in on this morning?" Matt Fontaine and Jessica Jesse, Panatu, slipped their hands up. Landry acknowledged them with a nod. "Jesse, I want you to concentrate on doing interviews in town. Matt, you hit Jeff's few neighbors and be primary calls out in the parish. Unless somebody has something else, we are done for now. Everyone, get your reports in before tomorrow. And Jerry, tell that bunch I'll be out to talk to them in 15 minutes. There better be a bayonet left back on that table too." The sole beignet on the platter may have been a victim of brutality. It was whole, but had definitely been manhandled. Landry snatched it up anyway, locked it into his teeth, and poured some coffee. And then retreated to his office while the others filed out. Jazz Ledoux followed him to his office. "You want me to go out there with you?" she offered. "No. Why would you put yourself through it? I don't have much to say anyway." "Okay," she said with a worried look across her face. "There is something about the case I wanted to tell you." "All right," he said, leaning forward on his desk. "Looks troubling, so I just shout it out."
"Oh, I don't know if it's troubling," she admitted. "Just one more thing that doesn't make sense with this case. I have found a lot of hair at every one of the scenes. I called an old friend from college that works in a lab in Baton Rouge. Well, he says the hair I've sent him isn't exactly human, or at least not typically human. You see, human hair has continuous color, which this does. However, in the samples the pigment is more concentrated at the center. That's typical with animals."
"Are you saying an animal did this?"
"Oh, no. I mean that the samples are, well, odd."
"Well, that's just swell."
"I thought you might like it," she said, rising from her seat. Anyway, I'm headed home. Please, don't call me.
I'll do my best. Drive safe in that rocket of yours. When she was gone, Landry leaned back and put his feet up on the desk. The break was more about food, coffee, and moderating his mood that decided on what to tell the press outside. He ate slowly, savouring each bite and visualising himself floating in a pirogue over calm Bayou water. His inner clock called him back to duty. He let his boots fall from the corner of his desk, grabbed his Stetson, and went out to the feeding frenzy that awaited. "Call Frank Bass," he told Freddie as he passed by. "I want to see him and Roger this morning. If they can't come in, find out where they are and going to be. It'll be okay to hint that I'm getting tired of their ignorance." "My pleasure," Freddie said. Landry stepped out onto the wide concrete porch of the Bonaire Parish Sheriff's Department. He raised his hands for quiet before the press release could get started. "Okay," he said above the low murmur on the steps. "I want all of you to remember this is an ongoing investigation. I'm going to tell you what I can, which is not likely to be enough for you, but it's all you're going to get for now. I'll take a few questions, but I do have other things to do. 2 residents of the parish were killed last night in separate incidents. Jeff Donney, 21, of Bonaire Parish, was discovered dead in his home on Panther Creek Road from multiple wounds. He died sometime earlier in the evening. We're waiting on the ME for a precise time of death. Officers of Bonaire Parish responded to a call just after midnight at the home of Rita Goodwin, 74, of Lockett. Miss Goodwin was also found dead of multiple wounds. Okay, questions? Miss Martin." "You said separate incidents. Do you believe the murders are unrelated?" "I didn't say murders at all," Landry pointed out. "But Dr. Johnson's preliminary report does classify them as homicides, so we are proceeding on that assumption. There's a similar mechanism of injury, but not conclusive proof of a single weapon or killer." "What was the mechanism of injury?" Ben DeLander of Morgan City Press asked. "What kind of weapon was used?" "Stab wounds, Ben. We have not recovered a weapon in either case so far." "So they are related?" Shelley Martin asked. "There have been 63 stabbings in Bonaire Parish so far this year," Landry said. "Not all of them were related, Miss Martin." "But only 3 deaths," Shelley counted. "All in Lockett, all in the last week? Have we got ourselves a serial killer loose?" "Just asking what everyone's thinking, Sheriff." "Speculation," Landry said. "Was Delmer Rousseau decapitated?" Liz Powell at Channel 4 asked before Landry could say more. "That's not speculation, is it?" "That's not something I can comment on at this time," Landry told her. "With a serial killer on the streets, what's being done to protect the citizens of the parish?" Ben DeLauder said. "To answer the serious part of your question," Landry said, "there will be at least a deputy on patrol within the city limits 24/7. As for your supposed serial killer, those are your words, not mine. There is no proof of that." Landry ignored the questions held at him from all sides. He held up his hands for quiet once more. He shook his head at the questions still flung in his direction, and eventually the noise died down. "That's it for now," he said. "I have to get back to work." "But Sheriff," Shelley Martin called out as he walked away, "the people, they have a right to know." "Miss Martin," he turned with a withering look, "the people certainly have a right to know. That's your job. They also have a right to be protected in their homes. That's my job. Now let me get to it." Roger Bass kept his eyes on top of the table in front of him, shifted in his seat and swallowed hard. A slow shake of his head was the only answer. "I can't, Sheriff," he said. Tears streamed down his cheeks. His fear looked genuine enough to Landry, but he knew people could get genuine looking when he catch them in on a lie. Landry continued to fix him with a stone-faced stare. "3 people are dead, boy," Landry growled. I damn well want answers.
Oh, John, he was right.
The boy's words were barely a whisper. Old John was right about what? Landry leaned closer, a puzzled look upon his face.
I'm scared to say, and you should know better,
Roger lamented.
You know, what old John said on television.
On television? What did he say on television? Quit playing games with me, boy. I don't answer that, son. Frank Bass breezed into the sheriff's office, chased by a worried Freddie Bimmel.
I tried to stop him,
Freddie said. Forget about it. Landry waved Freddie out of the office. Sheriff, the boy ain't saying no more, Frank declared. He's told you enough already. You're the lawman. You figure it out from here. I got 3 dead bodies, Frank, Landry said. Doesn't that mean anything to you? Yes, sir. It means Roger ain't gonna be number 4. Frank tugged Roger to his feet. Let's go, boy. Landry sat staring at the open door without really seeing it. His mind was running old John's interview. On the 5th pass, John's words stuck. I'll be damned, Landry said aloud. They believe it. He jumped up from his chair, collected his hat and stalked into the common office. Freddie, he said without stopping, and go into the library. The library was an old frame house built at the end of World War II by the town as living quarters for Agnes Sample, Lockette's one and only schoolteacher. Agnes was well beyond middle age when she arrived, and when she died in 1960, the town had a new school and a course of teachers. The old house was rescued from destruction by the elementary school teachers and named Agnes Sample Public Library. Christy Dulac returned to Lockette after getting her degree at Southeastern Louisiana State and been a librarian ever since. Landry bounded up the steps and through the screen door. A large fan rotated in lazy circles overhead in the living room turned fiction section. Christy was seated behind a desk behind a wide counter. She ran a hand through her hair and met him at the counter.
You're a day late. I wasn't expecting you, she said. After last night, that is. You look tired.
I feel that way too, he said. I think I'm going to need that book sooner than I expected.
Really? Why's that? She came around the table and motioned for him to follow. If I'm allowed to ask.
Do folks around here really believe in this sort of thing? He dodged the question.
You grew up here. What do you think?
I'm sorry for asking, he said with a smile. I should have known the answer to that one.
That's okay, she replied. Ah, here's the one I wanted. And whatever's not in there, you can ask a few of the old-timers around town.
Like John Saint Pierre?
Exactly, like old John. She placed the book into his hand and looked up into his eyes. Most myths have roots in a bit of truth, you know.
Landry read the title of the book and smiled at her. Don't tell me you believe this stuff. Myths and monsters of the Bayou? This is it, huh? Landry asked. Who is this Fallon Jackson fella?
You're the one reading about rougarous, she taunted. I think Fallon Jackson is a woman, though.
I guess it does make for strange reading, he said with a laugh. Oh, I don't have a library card.
Take it. Just bring it back before I have to come looking for you. I know where you live. Do you? Do you now?
Well, that's interesting.
Jerry Wills rapped on the sheriff's open door. Landry offered a quick wave and pushed back from the desk. Jerry pulled up a chair across from his boss. Are you ever going to sleep again? Jerry asked.
It doesn't feel like it, Landry said. How about you?
Sleep's overrated.
Yeah.
Sheriff, Jerry said.
Landry looked at his deputy with a lift of his brow.
I've been thinking about what Roger said.
Landry rolled his hand into a go on motion.
Well, I read this story once by this guy from Oklahoma where there was this monster. It lived in a mental hospital and came out at night to feed on the loonies. Of course, none of the doctors or nurses believed their stories about the monster lurking in the hospital. They call it mass hysteria, delusions, hallucinations, anything
but a monster. They called in the police, who didn't believe there was a monster either, but they definitely had murder, and so they dug around for some kind of clue or hiding place and found Zip. And then, one night, this nurse who started believing the stories hid out under a patient's bed. Damn if there wasn't a monster. About killed the nurse before a stakeout team got to the ward. In the end, the whole thing got hushed up. Well, as hushed as something like that gets, because we can't have people believing in monsters. Are you saying we have a monster loose in Loquette? Landry asked. You sound like old John. You know he's got the folks believing there's a rougarou stock on the streets. That's what Roger Bass thinks he saw. I don't know what I'm saying, Jerry confessed. I'm punchy, I guess. It's just we got 3 murders and no evidence. Landry swiveled around, the book in front of him, and pushed it towards Jerry. He looked at the picture on the page before scanning the article. Yeah, so? Jerry said. Do you believe it? A rougarou? No. Somebody wants to make folks think we have a rougarou? Yes. It wouldn't be hard to do so. Some drawings in there aren't like the stuff you see about werewolves. All fur-covered, and the rougarou only has a head of a wolf. Easy enough, right? And that's what Roger and his buddies saw. The same goes for Miss Mamie. What about the wounds? Sharpen up some claws and make a set of gloves like the movie. But why? Just to go around killing folks at random? I don't think it's random. Okay, I'll bite, Jerry said with a chuckle. What do a semi-reclusive baker, a college kid, and an elderly gossip have in common, other than they're all dead? And that, my dear Watson, is what we must find out. And I think I know what Roger Bass is holding back. I was hoping to be Holmes, Jerry said. What with my story about monsters and all. Tell me then, Sherlock, what do you deduce from the staging of Miss Goodwin's body? Elementary. She's been talking out her ass. About whom? That's not as tricky as it seems. Somebody that Jeff's double-crossed. Where'd you get that? When the pieces of Jeff were put back together, all of his injuries were inflicted from behind. That's pretty thin, but I suppose you're right. How does Delmer fit in? Yeah, that's where I say it's time for me to get out of there. Yeah, that's where I say it's time for me to get out there on the street. If you don't mind me saying so, you should go home and go to bed, Sheriff. An hour later, Landry decided to take his deputy's advice. He tucked his book under his arm, grabbed his hat, and pulled the door closed behind him. Camille Trent, working dispatch, returned his wave as he breezed past. Don't call me, Landry said over his shoulder. Night, Sheriff, Camille called after him. A familiar, hunched figure sat on the bench at the foot of the stairs. Landry thought it was just like the man to ignore all the warnings to stay off the streets at night. Old John scratched behind one ear as he looked up at the sheriff. How are y'all? John said with a wave and a smile. John, what are you doing out here? Landry asked. I was just sitting here thinking about going home. I bet you were, Landry said. Come on, get in the car. I'll drive you home. Well, that's mighty nice of you, Sheriff. John tried to lever himself up and tottered and flopped back onto the bench. Landry hooked an arm onto John's and helped him up. The old man wasn't as feeble as he generally let on, but Landry thought the hollows around the old man's eyes looked deeper than usual, and there was a definite tremble in the usually steady hands. Landry noticed a grimace when John lowered himself into the car. John, are you feeling poorly? Landry asked. I could take you to that new urgent care up in Morgan City. I just need to get home. Maybe have a little sip. That stuff's going to kill you someday. Doc Kruger says different. Well, how's that? I got cancer, Sheriff, John told him. Doc says a month or maybe 2. I don't look so shocked. I've been around a long time. Maybe that rougarou We'll get old John before the cancer does.
John, how many other folks around town do you think believe in this rougarou of yours?
Damn near everyone,
John said.
You're from here? Don't you believe in the rougarou?
No. But don't you think Frank Bass does?
I know he do,
John said with a smile.
Him and that boy come to see me the other day. They want to know how deep that rougarou go. They want to know how to keep the rougarou away.
Landry drove the rest of the way in silence. He dropped John off and watched him go inside before driving off, and feeling a little bit puzzled at the news that John's cancer hit him as hard as the slaughter surrounding him. Back at home, Landry settled into his chair with a bottle of Guinness and pried off his boots, and sleep felt miles away. He flipped through the 2 mindless talk shows and a hair regrowth infomercial before coming to a rest on an old episode of Forensic Files. A few sips into his beer, and he closed his eyes into the mellow voice of Peter Thomas and was instantly asleep. In the middle of the program's DNA analysis that carried over into his dreams, a nurse in blue scrubs wheeled a gurney carrying old John into an operating room where a surgical team waited. They transferred the old man onto the table and put a mask over his face, and just as the doctor made his incision, bells began to ring and alarms to squawk.
"We're losing him,"
a voice announced. The doctors began doing CPR, and each compression sent blood flying from the fresh incision. Blood covered the doctors and nurses and dripped from the table.
"That's it,"
the doctor said through his mask.
"Time of death."
Before he could get the words out, the doctor choked on something and clutched his throat. His eyes rolled back into soulless white orbs. A wild, undulating howl that dripped with despair poured from his lips. Landry's eyes flew open and the operating room disappeared. Forensic Files was back, but the howling continued. I was assented by the sound of tires squealing on the pavement.
"That's real,"
he told himself. Landry kicked down the footrest and bolted for the window. He hit the floor and traction failed. His socks slid over the wooden floor, and for a moment his churning legs took him nowhere. He stumbled twice before reaching the window. He threw the window open and the volume doubled. Everywhere lights were popping on around the neighborhood. The howling died while Landry struggled to put on his boots and slid again, and he ventured outside to investigate. Porches and sidewalks were crowded with people, and half of them armed. A few brave souls, brandishing shotguns and flashlights, searched between the houses. Landry herded everyone back inside without any casualties. "There was a dog, right, Sheriff?" Edouard Bevier asked. "Yeah, Ed," Landry said. "Somebody's dog got loose. I'll take care of it. You go and get back to bed." And sweeping his light over the nearby yards, Bevier ambled home. Landry continued to roam the neighborhood.
"What are you looking for?" he thought. "You know sure as hell that ain't no stray dog."
Landry gave up his search and walked back home. As he turned onto his front porch, his eyes caught a crumpled Zinner. He played the beam of his flashlight over the flower bed, and what he found was anything but what he expected. It was a footprint, a human footprint with 1-inch claws. Bayou Moon. Chapter 5. Let's get straight into that. Landry's third cup of coffee eased the throb in his right temple, allowing a glimmer of the bright sunshine outside his window to creep into his disposition. He had fallen into bed the night before, exhausted by 2 days with minimal sleep and unable to let go of the nagging image of the footprint in the flower bed. His sleep had been fitful and sporadic, but without dreams of dying old men, doctors, and howling wolves. He called the office to say he would not make the usual 8 o'clock appearance. He threw together some grits and bacon for breakfast, and after the second cup of coffee, tackled the dishes in the sink. The book lay open
on the table as he settled in front of it for the third cup. His eyes still felt like they were packed with a pound of sand, and his joints ached. And while the pain in his head was abating, it maintained a slow, steady beat. His determination to get to the truth was as strong as ever. But the fog rising in his brain from pushing his physical limits was slowing him down a step. I asked crazy old John about the monsters, rougarous, werewolves, curses, and the twisted kind of karma some folks believed went along with them were all nonsense. And that was not what troubled him. What really ate at him was the voice far back in his mind that kept whispering, "But what if they're not?" He knew from experience there were things out there that should not be there, but they were. He had seen one of them in the jungle, and once was enough. He shook his head to chase the memory away. This was different. He kept telling himself that this was not like Nam. This was something real that killed people and left more evidence than footprints. This was getting him nowhere. He closed the book and grabbed his hat and headed for work. "Afternoon, Sheriff," Freddie said with a laugh as Landry came through the door. Landry gave the dispatcher a single-finger salute and scowled in return. He glanced up at the clock. "It's 9:30, he confirmed. "Coroner's final Delmer is on your desk," Freddie said. "Doc said the reporters are sniffing around crying about freedom of information papers and he couldn't hold it any longer." "Well, hell, a happy day," Landry growled. Fresh coffee in hand, he sat at his desk and retrieved a silver flask from the drawer by his right knee. He poured a shot of Jameson's into the coffee, sipped, and picked up the coroner's report on Delbert Rousseau. His eye scanned the usual broad strokes. No surprises, and nothing Landry didn't know on his own. Time of death, between 0330 and 0500. Okay. Immediate cause of death, exsanguination related to decapitation. No shit. Coroner's verdict, homicide. You think? Tell me something I don't know. Landry threw the report down onto his desk, and with a sigh, he let his chin drop down onto his desk and closed his eyes. A phrase jumped from the report. He opened his eyes and grabbed the report, and there it was at the top of the external exam. Irregular tearing wounds to anterior neck from undetermined weapon. Possible animal origin. And so Doc Johnson thought it looked like an animal too. Interesting. But not a lot of help, unless they could find the manufactured teeth and claws he knew had to be out there. No, the key was in how these wounds were linked together, and with whom. That fourth link in the chain would be their killer. Landry hit the intercom button. "Freddie," he said, "what time is Jerry due in today?"
Not until 3.
"Okay, call him in about 1. Tell him to come. I'm not getting any rest, so why the hell should he? If you need me, I'll be at the library."
"What's with the sudden interest in reading, boss?"
Freddie joked as he passed. "You should try it," Landry said over his shoulder. Landry didn't hold out much hope for his quest, but that was no reason not to pursue it. The truth is out there. Isn't that what the television show said? Maybe he'd stumble over it as he looked around enough. Besides, there were worse things to look at than Christy Dulac. "Morning, Miss Dulac." He touched a finger to the brim of his hat before slipping it off. "I brought your book back." "Already?" She left her cart. "Did you find what you wanted?" "Not yet. That's why I'm here. You keep copy of old newspaper articles, right? What do they call that? Microfiche?" And she laughed softly and shook her head. "Not anymore," she said, and saw a shadow of disappointment cross his face. "That is, yes, we do, but it's all on computer now." "I hate computers." "I guess that
when you came looking for a book rather than just Google what you were looking for. Surely, though, you have deputies to do the research for you.
I guess so, he said. I hate to contribute to their delinquency. That and, well, a book got me dinner with a pretty lady. I bet Google can do that.
You'd be surprised, she said with a smile. Just what are you looking for, Sheriff?
Something that ties my 3 victims together. There are some details of the crimes that I can't share, but this smacks of revenge. Somewhere these people cross paths with my killer in a way that planted the seed of murder.
Christy pulled her still-loaded cart behind the counter and waved him over to her desk. She sat down at the computer and brought the screen to life. Pull that chair over here, she told him. Oh, come on, you have to get closer than that. Close enough to see the screen brought him close enough to smell scented soap and perfume. He could feel sweat running down his back and sides. He glanced at her from the corner of his eye and quickly looked back to the screen, hoping she hadn't noticed him looking at her. If we bring up the old news files and search for a story containing all 3 names, we may get a hit. Okay, here goes. She brought a slender finger down onto the keyboard and the screen changed. He leaned in to see what was happening, brushed her shoulder and jumped away as if he'd bumped into a green briar. Nothing. Do you know of any places they share or events they might have all attended? Church, maybe?
No, Landry shook his head. Delmer was a Catholic. Miss Rita was, some kind of holy roller. I don't know which church. I doubt Jeff Don set foot in a church since his life.
Well, I'll try a few more combinations, she said. It may take some time. I'm sure you have other things you need to be doing. Let me take a look and I'll get back to you.
Okay, things are pretty hectic, he said. Just call the office.
I have dinner at the Bayou on Thursday nights.
Tonight is Thursday, he said.
Yes, it is.
Her perfume lingered with him the entire drive out of Panther Creek Road, and he was having second thoughts about the wisdom of waving Cletus off casting a print they'd found. That was old bitterness at work. It was also before the idea of disguise or costume occurred to him. He would kick himself later. Right now, he needed to keep from making the same mistake again. The track from his flower bed safely stowed in the trunk of his car, and he hoped the ground at Jeff Don's place would yield another. He bounced into the long drive and parked as near to the road as safe. He crawled from behind the wheel and started a deliberate slow walk towards the house. The gravel in the drive itself would render it useless for his purpose, and he would have to concentrate on one side going in and check the other side on a return trip. The crime scene had yielded a few spots of blood that might have been footprints but were too smeared to be conclusive. They had been photographed, but Landry knew they would be useless in identifying anyone or the artificial print he was hoping to find. He stood at the front door, looking over the surrounding area. They found no evidence of a car. Which way would a killer go on foot? But there was one other route, wasn't there? To the Bayou, he said. He could have a boat. He wondered how far the search went in that direction, and he was willing to bet it hadn't gone far enough. 10 yards from the porch there was a pair of impressions in the dirt. They were large enough for a ball of a human foot, but a big dog or a panther would fit the ball nearly as well. He found the next set at the tree line, still ill-defined and of little help. He looked back at the place of the first prints, gauging the distance to be roughly the same as from them back to the porch, and there were no tracks in between. The picture of the rougarou flashed in his head, and he jumped. The thought came unbidden. It made sense only until he realized no man in special shoes is going to jump 10 yards at once, but there was a third set 10 yards or so from the water's edge. His breath caught in his throat. There was no mistaking these exact replicas of the one in his yard. Jerry Wills stuck his head in the sheriff's door at about 10 minutes to 1. Landry was sitting at his desk, hands behind his head and boots propped up on one corner.
The scowl etched into the face that turned to greet Jerry seemed to call for caution. "Y'all had coffee?" Jerry, partially shielded by the doorframe, asked. "I have." Landry pointed to a chair. "Is it working yet?" Jerry slipped into the seat and held a steaming cup to the sheriff. Landry smiled at the offer and put Jerry at ease, and he put his feet down and leaned over the desk and pointed at the 3 plaster casts on the desk. Jerry opened his mouth to comment. His mouth snapped shut and his brow drew down over his eyes and slowly rose to Landry's face. "Animal attacks?" he finally said. "What?" Landry's unpraised hand stopped him. "Before I get started," Landry said, "I want to point out it was you who brought up the subject of me not neglecting evidence of monsters. And did you hear howling last night?" Jerry shook his head. "I murmured at the cafe about it at lunch. That's all." "I heard it," Landry said. "It was not a dog, and it sure wasn't a wolf. I went looking for whatever was causing it, but the sound stopped as soon as I was out the door. The entire neighborhood was out there looking around, and nobody saw a thing." "Not unusual," Jerry said. "No, you're right there." Landry pushed one of the casts towards Jerry. "I found this outside my living room window. I found these today out on the path connecting to Jeff's house to the bayou." "You're kidding?" Jerry studied Landry's face. "You're not kidding, are you? You're serious." "I want you to go tell Frank and Roger Bass I want to see them, and do it in person. Then stop in at John Donne's and do the same. I think I have a way to get them to cooperate a bit more." "How's that?" "I think they really want to tell me what they saw," Landry said. "But they're not as afraid of who or what they saw as much as they are spitting out the words." "I don't get it, Sheriff." "You will," Landry told him. "After we're done with them, I'm going to want you to pick up old John and bring him on down here." Landry reached into his pocket for his wallet. He pulled out a bill and thought for a moment and added one more. "Here's some cash, since you will be driving all over the parish rounding up this bunch. Bring us back some shrimp and grits from Fat Louie's." "Fat Louie's, eh? Day's looking up already." "Good, because I want you working days with me until we wrap this up. Frank and Roger Bass are closest, and let's start with them and maybe we won't need John Donne." "By the way, Sheriff," Jerry paused in the doorway and gave him a wink. "Did Detective Ledoux find your place okay and find you last night?" "What? Jazz? No, I haven't seen her since the meeting here. Why would she be at my place?" "Oh, wait. No. Absolutely not." "Well, she came by here last night and asked directions to your house. Said she had something about the case," Jerry said. "Camille told her how to get there." "You mean she never showed up?" "That's exactly what I mean. What time was this?" "I don't remember exactly. Kinda late." When Jerry left, he dialed the number for the Morgan City Police Department and asked for Detective Ledoux. A moment later, a man answered. "Sheriff Landry," he said. "This is Captain Ross. I'm Jazz's supervisor. She's not in. If this is about the case, it's been reassigned to Detective Wentmore." "Reassigned?" Landry said. "In the middle of an investigation? What's going on?" "Detective Ledoux said her work was caught up," Ross told him. "She requested emergency leave as far as I know and has left town. Would you like to speak with Detective Wentmore?" "No, thanks, Captain. Not right now." Frank and Roger Bass arrived at the jailhouse as Landry and his deputy were cramming foam take-out boxes in the wastebasket. The visitors turned down an offer of something to drink and Landry led them down to his office. "Frank, Roger, y'all sit down," Landry said, settling in behind the desk. "I'll get right to it. I have been sorely disappointed in the two of you. Y'all have been impending a police investigation. I'm a tad bit more understanding today, but don't y'all try me. I'm going to rephrase the questions I've been asking you to make this a little easier on the two of you.
I want straight answers, and I want them today. Sheriff, you can't make... Hold it right there, Frank, Landry interrupted. If I was out to make Roger talk, he'd be in a cell right now instead of my office. Are we clear? Frank Bass nodded, but refused to look away. We are going to talk about this, Frank, Landry insisted. Just so we're clear on this, I don't give a damn about your superstitions. I have 3 murders to solve. Don't act like you're so high and mighty, Sheriff, Frank shot back. You might have been off to the war and to college, but you're back home now. You ain't got no holly of being away. You're right about that, Landry shot back. So, you know better than anyone not to try and give me grief. I'm sorry, Sheriff, Frank said. Don't be, Landry told him. I'm going to make this easy. I'm going to talk about something without really saying what we're really talking about. Y'all understand?
I think so,
Roger said. Frank, how many pebbles y'all have outside your doors right now? Frank smiled and nodded. 13. Uh-huh, Landry nodded at him. Y'all be going to mass regularly? Yes, sir, Sheriff. Since when? Frank hung his head. Since Delmer, he mumbled. Roger? Landry turned to the boy. You couldn't tell me what the man outside your camp looked like because he didn't look like a man. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
He looked like a wolf, didn't he?
His head, yes, sir.
How about his hands and feet?
His hands, Roger said after some thought. I couldn't see his feet.
Do y'all think that this might be what old John would call a rougarou? Old John might do that, Frank answered. Thank you, boys. Landry opened the office door. Y'all have finally been helpful. If you should happen to see any more unnamed creatures around your place, you give me a call.
Well, I'll be damned, Jerry said when they were gone.
I couldn't sleep, so I did some reading last night and followed up at the library today, Landry told him. Seems some folks believe in a person talks about a rougarou in closer than general terms, they believe they will become a rougarou. And so you let them tell you they saw a rougarou without really saying it? But what's the deal with church and the pebbles? A rougarou can't pass 12. If you leave 13 objects out your door, the rougarou will sit there endlessly counting and starting over while you sit safely inside. As for church, well, neglecting Lent and general sinfulness is a kind of invitation for becoming a rougarou or at least getting a visit. That kind of questioning will never work in court, Jerry said. It might if we prove to them it's a man in a costume, Landry said. It may take away the fear of speaking with the words anyway. Okay, I'll buy that. Do you still want me to bring in the others? Just old John, Landry said. Wait a bit though. We'll treat old John to dinner and see what he knows. Right now, I couldn't eat another bite. It was early evening, and so Landry opted to take John across the Bayou Cafe. It would be quiet, relaxing, and they served beer. John really needed an invitation to talk, but it couldn't hurt to ease the way.
Here? That's some kind of good right there.
Old John patted his belly and rocked back in his chair. Glad you like it, John, Landry said. Consider it my thanks for helping me solve these murders.
What do you mean, Sheriff?
You were right, John. A rougarou killed those people. Tell me how you know so quick. It was the rougarou. A smile twinkled in the corner of old John's eyes and crept over his lips. His impish look reminded Landry not to be drawn into the idea that old was the same as stupid. Old John lived through times when it was easy for folks to disappear into the swamp and never to be seen again. Folks around Loquette were a superstitious bunch, and there was no doubt in that, but their beliefs didn't just appear out of the mist. There was a kernel of truth in every legend.
Your roots are showing, Sheriff, John said.
This bayou got all kinds of secrets. Some of them get up and prowl around at night. Oh, John, he don't see good, but he sees clear. I gotta say, you're seeing it getting better.
You seen the Rougarou?
Now that you're seeing so good, John ignored the question. You ever wonder where this Rougarou come from? Y'all know where he come from, maybe? You'll find where he go.
Do you know where he came from, John? Jerry asked. I think old John is shining on us, Jerry, Landry said. Rougarous don't come from anywhere, do they, John? But he just said, Jerry began. Landry shared old John's mischievous smile, leaving Jerry feeling like the butt of a secret joke. He shifted his gaze between the two. Rougarous are made, Jerry, Landry said at last. This thing didn't just wander into town one day. It was made here from materials already on hand. Ain't that right, John?
How'd you get so smart, little Ed Landry?
That was Sherlock. His doing. Landry pointed at his deputy. Me? Jerry said. How'd I do that? When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. And that's what the real Holmes would say, Landry explained. I'm not willing to eliminate the Rougarou as impossible just yet. Monster or no monster, we still need to connect the dots. Who wanted Delmer? Jeff and Rita dead and was willing to sell his soul to see it happen.
Maybe, Sheriff. Only maybe, John said. There ain't nothing certain about a Rougarou, even where his soul gonna be.
Tell it plain, John, Landry said.
Not every Rougarou is the old devil getting his due, John said. Maybe this here Rougarou chasing down his own devils.
Or maybe we have an old man blowing smoke up our ass, Jerry said.
Well, that may be too, John replied. How y'all gonna know?
Bayou Moon. Chapter 6. Let's get straight into that.
How y'all gonna know?
The question haunted Landry, and it pissed him off. Christie arrived at the bayou about the time John's taunting query dug its claws into his brain. Despite events, a pleasant anticipation of another dinner with her had followed him throughout the day. Now that he realized his hopes, John's question hitched a ride on his conscience. He left John after securing Jerry's promise to see the old man home. He paid the check for the two of them and went to meet Christie near the door. Just wrapping up the day, he said with a nod towards the curious, beaming twosome sitting at the counter. Oh, she said. I'd love to have listened in on that conversation. Did you learn anything from John? He took her by the elbow and gently steered her to the corner booth they occupied their last meeting. She smiled up at him as she slid into the seat. Landry sat opposite her, his back to the wall. I learned. He picked up the thread again. That old man is the most elusive old pain in the ass. Pardon me. Old cuss I have ever known. I wish I had taken time to know him better, years ago. He does have that effect, Christie said with a laugh. You know him? Landry asked. Not really, she replied. I don't think anybody really does. There's sort of a tragic air about him that keeps people distant. Is that what it is? I thought it was that he sees too much. Ed, you amaze me. You're the sheriff, and it shouldn't surprise me that you notice people and things about them. But that you pick up on something like that was not something I expected. I have my moments. He gave her a shy smile. For a man. She cocked her head and gave him a quizzical look that melted into a smile. You're baiting me, Ed Landry, she accused. And just what is it you're fishing for? Why, how do you think? Of course, he told her, and then changed the subject.
John's dying, you know. He has cancer.
Oh, God. I didn't know. Poor man. He's all alone.
I don't think anyone does. Why, he told me God only knows. I don't think he wants people to pity him or change how they act around him.
His secret's safe with me. You seem distracted, Christie said, as dinner drew to a close. Is it the case?
Huh? Yes, he said. John said something tonight that's nagging at me. I don't know why, but it'll come clear eventually. I hope.
Does this happen often?
No, that's what bothers me. When this does happen, it is usually meaning that I'm ignoring something that I shouldn't.
Then you should give it your full attention, she said with a smile. I'm guessing you're not leaving town soon. We can do this when the case is over.
Oh, I didn't mean...
No, it's okay, she said. You have a job to do, and right now it's taking everything you have, and that's as it should be. I'm not letting you off the hook for a dinner date down the road. I'm just giving you time to get ready for it. If you want to, that is.
I want that very much, he said. I promise, I'm more fun than this.
I'm going to hold you to that, and those words, mister. Walk me out?
She slipped her arm through his as they headed for the door. Landry felt the heat rise in his face. Only Maury and another couple lingering over dinner saw the rosy blush he wore. Old John's words continued to play repeatedly in his head. Every path his mind started down ended with, "How y'all gonna know?" Did John know something about the Rougarou he wanted Landry to know, but was unable to say straight? It sure as hell wasn't that he was afraid to say the word like Frank Bass. He knew the murders weren't random. Locate was a small town. Lives and histories tended to get hopelessly intertwined, going back generations. The connections between any two people were numerous as strands on a spider's web, and just as sticky. Somehow, these three people's lives intersected with each other and the killer. How y'all gonna know? Rita would know the answer. Unfortunately, Rita was dead. Her loose tongue was almost likely the cause. Was it simply because she knew too much and couldn't keep her mouth shut, or was there more to it than that? What of Jerry's idea that Jeff was in on a double cross? Jeff might have had something shady to hide that Rita latched onto. Jeff had been involved in his share of trouble, that was for certain. But he didn't kill Rita. He was already dead, and... what about Delmer? He didn't fit anywhere. Except for his job at the diner. Delmer was damn near a recluse. He wasn't involved in anything more dangerous than WWE and the Saints on television. He was a bland, obscure figure in Landry's youth, inseparable from their later version the sheriff saw almost every morning, whistling and making bayonets. Maybe it was time to squeeze Jeff's brother, John, a little tighter about what Jeff was up to and with whom. But that was for tomorrow. He had to get some sleep. That's what he kept telling himself. If only his mind would let him. Landry might have been surprised at the sudden cooperation had he not fallen to sleep the moment his head hit the pillow. He awakened the next morning feeling renewed. The dreamless sleep was a mercy for which he was extremely grateful. Standing beneath the soothing warmth and steam of the shower, he knew how he was gonna know. John was telling him that he was on the right track. He would know when he'd found the reason the Rougarou sought revenge. And that didn't advance his knowledge on the identity of the Rougarou, but it let him know to concentrate on that angle. On his way out the door, he remembered the book he had Freddie order for him. He stopped at his mailbox and pulled a brown package, along with a wild jumble of envelopes, from his throat. When had he checked his mail last? He shrugged at the internal question and continued down the walk to his car. "Sheriff Landry," a voice caught him on the open car door. "Can I talk to you? Just take a minute." "Miss Clara," he said. "I always have time for my favourite neighbour. What can I do for you, dear?" And Clara Effin Well, a retired history teacher, was Landry's 80-year-old neighbour and biggest fan, and she was forever stamped on his memory. Miss Clara loved to challenge high school freshmen with the offer of forsaking their homework for the entire year in favor of taking their grades strictly from her notoriously difficult tests. In 30 years of teaching, only one student ever took her up on that offer, Ed Landry. And from the day he walked up to her after class to accept her challenge to this day, they held a mutual admiration for one another. Miss Clara attended LSU, and so when the time came for Ed Landry to choose a college, he couldn't think of none better. "Oh, Sheriff," she said as she fluttered up to him. "You, Miss Clara, can still call me Eddie," he told her. "Now, you know that's not so," she scolded. "There's something I wish to say to you, and I hope you won't think of me as a silly old woman. And before you say it's not so, hear me out. As a teacher, I had to keep certain things to myself. It just wouldn't do back in my day for the school board to hear one of the teachers was, well, different." "I don't understand, Miss Clara." "Of course you don't. I haven't told you yet, Sheriff. Your old teacher is what they call nowadays an empath. I feel things from people, what they feel or think. Oh, it doesn't happen all the time, but it does happen. I have to tell you to be careful, dear. This is not over. There's a cold hunger out there, and it's bent on blood. There, I said it." "Miss Clara?" He put an arm around her trembling shoulder. "Thank you. I think you are right, and I will be careful, I promise. Now, you go on home and stay safe. Leave the worry to me. I will watch out for you." "Oh, Sheriff." She burst into tears and buried her face against him. "You're the only one who would understand." Landry hid the tears that crowded the corners of his eyes from her until he was in the car and backing out of his driveway. Only then did he brush them away. He was no longer hungry. Landry pulled into his parking spot 5 minutes later. He grabbed the package from the seat beside him and entered the building through the back door. He dropped down at his desk and pulled the package to him. Fallon Jackson's Myths and Monsters of North America fell from the package. He stacked it atop of Myths and Monsters on the Bayou. The review said this person was an expert on the subject of cryptids, animals said to exist but never proven to exist. What did she know that this killer didn't, and that would give him away? Before he could find out, Jerry Wills knocked on his door. Dating a librarian and ordering books too," he said with a chuckle. "I'm not dating a librarian," Landry protested. "Not yet, anyway. Did you get anything more out of old John?" "Nothing that made sense, but I think the old man knows something he's not telling. Something real." I get that too," Landry said. "But why is he being so cryptic about it? Do you think he's shining the sun? Is he protecting someone?" "Who has John got to protect? He's got no family and he's all alone." "Don't hold back on me, boss," Jerry said. "He's what?" "He's got cancer," Landry said. "Wow, you wouldn't think that to look at him, but then you wouldn't expect however the hell old he is, old man to come out of Lilith Dupree's trailer at midnight either." "What?" "I followed him last night after I dropped him off," Jerry said, matter-of-factly. "Just a hunch, to see what's up. He left his house and walked half a mile up the road to Lilith's place, and stayed there almost 2 hours." "Now what the hell was that all about?" "Well..." No way," Landry said with a shake of his head. "He's over 90. "You tell me then," Jerry replied. "Okay," Landry surrendered. "This is your lead. You go interview Lilith." Landry spent the rest of the day clearing reports and a week's backlog of paperwork from his desk. He broke the drudgery with a couple of chapters of Myths and Monsters of North America. He considered calling Christie, but recalling Miss Clara's warning, decided to call it a day. He tucked the book under his arm, grabbed his hat and decided on one more stop before heading home. "Freddie, I'm heading out," he told the dispatcher as he passed. "I'm going to see John Doe, and then home."
Sure thing, Sheriff, Freddie said. Oh, and for God's sake, get some sleep tonight, so we can stop tiptoeing around here. Landry waved one finger answer over his head as he went out the door. He tossed the book on the passenger seat and climbed into his cruiser. John Donnet was not likely to be home at this hour. Landry turned down Pine Street and drove to the fishing hole, the favourite watering spot of the younger crowd. John's pickup was nowhere to be seen. He decided on one last try. Landry swung his cruiser around and pointed it in the direction of the Donnet homestead. His luck was better there. John's pickup was nosed into the driveway and a dozen others lined the streets outside Robert Donnet's house. Landry pulled the Crown Vic in behind John's truck. Robert, John's father, met Landry at the door and pushed the screen open and waved him inside. Beer was flowing freely around the room, but no one was smiling. And though his truck was outside, Landry did not see John among the Donnet clan gathered in the living room. "How's your father doing?" Landry asked. "He's about the same," Robert answered. "He's in a nursing home up Morgan City. You know, on some of his good days, he knows me." "I'm sorry to hear that," Landry said. "I didn't know. He's a good man, though. Always was a great sheriff. Betty doing okay?" She's holding up, as well as it can be expected, I suppose," Robert said. "Anything yet on who killed my boy?" "Not yet," Landry said. "I got everybody in the department on this. Something has to come up soon. I'd like to talk to John about it, if there's some place we can." "Sure, Sheriff," Robert replied. "First bedroom on the right through the door. Go on in. I'll get John and I'll send him on in." "Thanks, Robert," Landry told him. "I'm very sorry for your loss." "I appreciate it, Ed." Landry walked down a short hall, and the walls clung with family pictures and memories of happier times. He paused in the bedroom doorway and looked around the room. It was not very different from the room he'd shared with his brother 20-some years ago. There were a few more electronic gadgets, but overall, the look had not changed much. A pair of matching nightstands were crowded into the space between the twin beds that lined the opposing walls. A bit of stored memory reminded him that John and Jeff Donnet were paternal twins. He was surprised to learn that despite their similarity in appearance, they were very different. The wall above each of the beds told the story of just how different. The wall to his left was covered with posters of scantily clad supermodels and football stars. On the other side of the room were banners calling for protection of the rainforest and saving whales. An old baseball bat, the barrel run through a pair of gloves, and a pair of old fishing poles leaned in the far corner. "This side was mine," John said, pointing to the rainforest side. "Go on in and have a seat, Sheriff." The two men sat side by side on John's bed, looking across the room at the emptiness behind all the memories opposite them. "We haven't lived here for a couple of years," John said. "Jeff moved out first. He went to Tulane for a semester before deciding college wasn't for him. I think maybe the world out there was bigger than he expected." "Yeah, could be," Landry said. "A man can get lost out there in more ways than one." "I still expect him to walk in any minute and flop down over there. It's hard to believe he's gone." "What happened, Sheriff?" "Dad's not talking about it, but I can tell it's bad from the look on his face." "I can't say just yet, John. Not with the investigation still going on. After it's over, if your dad won't tell you and you still feel like you have to know, come and see me." "Thanks, Sheriff. Dad said he was going to turn this room into his man cave. He never got around to it. I wonder now if he ever will." "Yeah, that's got to be tough on him," Landry said. "A man doesn't expect his son to die before him. Not that it's easier for brothers, mind you. Just different. You're a tough guy, John. I lost a lot of guys that felt like brothers, and I know it's not the same, but I can tell for you, it will get better. It never goes away, but it gets better." Landry watched John's face as it slowly crumpled, and tears were right behind. John buried his face in his hands and let the sorrow flow.
Landry pulled the door closed so the others would not hear John cry. He sat down next to John and put an arm around the boy's shoulders. And when his sobs faded and the tears dried, he wiped his face on an old shirt left in the dresser drawer. "I'm sorry, Sheriff," he said. Don't worry, son," Landry said. "A man need not fear tears. It's the man who has none is the lesser soul. I still wake up at night and remember the guys who died beside me. It never fails to bring tears to my eyes." "Thanks," John said. "I'm okay now. What did you come to ask me?" We talked about it before," Landry said. "But I need you to think back. Who would want to hurt Jeff? Did anyone think he might have betrayed their trust?" "Not that I know, Sheriff," John said with a shake of his head. "We didn't tell you before, but we've been running a little shine. Nothing serious, and nobody complained. We were just carrying it, and we didn't sell any. Nothing to get hurt over, though Dad would take it hard if he found out. I guess it really doesn't matter now, so I might as well tell you." "I probably know the answer to this question, but I want to hear the name from you to be sure. Who were the two you working for?" Landry asked. "They'll never hear it from me, and they'll never be called into court about it. You have my word on that." "It was Al Blackman," John said. "We were cool with Al, though. He wouldn't do something like this." "I don't think he would either. However, at this point, I'm not discounting anybody," Landry said. "Somebody had it in for Jeff, and that's for sure. I can tell this wasn't some random killing. It was intentional. Jeff was a target. I can't tell you why I think so, but the double cross looks like the motive behind it. If you're still working with Al Blackman, you better grow a pair of eyes in the back of your head. Whoever you boys and Roger saw out there on the bayou that night is still out there. You need to think hard about that, you and Roger both. I'd stick real close to home right now. It might not be a bad idea to move back in here." "That's been on my mind, Sheriff. All of it, honestly. I don't know who it was out there. I don't even know for sure that it was a person." "So, you're staying with your buddy and saying it was a monster? That's weak, John." "I know how it sounds," John said. "It sounds crazy, but I swear, what I saw that night had some body of a man, but the face was not human. You gotta believe me, Sheriff. It wasn't human." "And so what was it?" Landry pressed him. "Bigfoot? Dogman? Rougarou? What?" I don't know, okay? Roger and his uncle say it's a... Well, you know what Roger says." "Roger doesn't say," Landry told him. "You're not going to man up and say the word either, are you?" "No, sir." "Okay," Landry sighed. "I've tried my best. Have you told this to your daddy? Maybe he can talk some sense into you." "I didn't have to tell him," John said. "Check out the wall behind his chair when you go." "Okay, fair enough. I've done my part. You be careful now, you hear? You don't need to get up, and I'll show myself out. You think about what I said, and then you think some more." Landry gave John's family a friendly smile and a wave as he passed through their living room, and sure enough, propped behind Robert's chair was an old double-barrel 12-gauge shotgun. Landry pushed open the screen and strolled across the porch and back to his car. On the drive home, Landry decided two things. He was finally hungry, and he had no desire to cook. He swung the black and gold car into the empty space in front of his office and walked across the street to the Bayou Cafe. The lingering aroma of fries settled him on a menu choice before he reached a seat at the counter. Overhead, Buckwheat Zydeco was singing about his yaya. A couple in the corner had a booth, and a familiar figure at the counter were the only customers. Landry settled in next to the man at the counter. "Well, John," Landry said, "how are y'all?" Old John slowly shook his head before turning his face to Landry. A sly smile spread across the old man's lips, slowly lifting the corners of his grey moustache. "Sheriff, I've known you since you was that little Eddie Landry running all over this town.
John's smile blossomed.
You don't have to shine on me like that. You can use them college words all right with me.
John, you are a natural wonder, Landry said.
While you live as long as me, you'll be wondering too.
What'll it be, Sheriff? Maury asked from the other side of the counter. Poutine and a couple of those pulled pork sliders of yours, Landry said. Hungry, John?
You taking up a habit of feeding me?
John asked.
Feel free. Old John will right with that. You're too late tonight, but I'm still a bit parched.
Whatever he's drinking, Landry told Maury. John, you're the sort of self-appointed expert on the Rougarou. What happens now?
What? You about to believe old John? Oh, he's gonna kill again. You can take that to the bank, my friend.
Well, that's what I hear. Tell me, do you think these killings are a random rampage of your Rougarou? Landry asked. You know, does a Rougarou plan? Because I don't think it was a random attack at all. I think this is all connected. Can your Rougarou do that?
Eddie, you're the smartest sheriff this town has ever had.
Is that a yes? John's beer and Landry's food arrived to preempt the old man's answer. Landry savoured the delicious goodness of potatoes, gravy and cheese, chasing it with big bites of spicy pulled pork, while John studied his beer and Bao Jock sang, Don't Tell Your Mama, through the speakers above them. Landry wiped the last bit of gravy from his lips and sipped his coffee, and returned his attention to his companion, and John refreshed his possum-like smile.
You're not gonna catch this Rougarou,
John began.
Not by chasing after him. You're gonna have to get in front of him. Yeah, this Rougarou, he thinks. You gotta outthink him.
Well, if only I thought like a Rougarou instead of a man, Landry told him.
Sheriff, now you make me sad.
What?
This here Rougarou is a man,
John said.
I thought you knew that. Don't that gut of yours talk to you?
Bayou, Moon. Chapter 7. Let's get straight into that. Landry laid the book on his lap, rubbed the bridge of his nose between the forefinger and thumb of his right hand, and reached for the beer on the table beside him with the left. Fallon Jackson's discourse on the Rougarou was interesting. It simply wasn't helping much with the problem at hand. And this whole idea of the Rougarou overflowed with ambiguity. It could be this, it could be that. He was finding nearly every parish had its own version, and he hadn't even made it to the section on the Native American versions. And before he left the cafe, John had suggested his gut might have more expertise than textbooks. He was beginning to think the old man might have something there. Experience trumps theory. The maxim had served him well enough in the jungle and on the street. And what was his gut saying? He leaned back, closed his eyes, and relaxed. The better to hear you with, my dear, he thought. It turned out his gut had a lot to say, and some of it he'd already heard in natural course of investigation. However, the most instructive bit of information was resurrected from his almost forgotten past. A voice floated up from the well of his subconscious to demand a hearing. It was the voice of Preston Frank, his camp counselor from that last summer he went to church camp. For he taught them as one having authority, and not as the scribes. The recollection slowly evolving from an idea to a new role as an epiphany. Mr. Frank's point so long ago was that Christ spoke without equivocation because he spoke what he knew as fact, gleaned from experience and position, rather than theory and untested faith. He knew what he was talking about because he'd been there. That might not be the perfect remembrance of the theology, but it was close enough for a parish sheriff.
He didn't yet know, but that little born Mott was the key to open this mystery.
How you're gonna know?
Landry thought the answer was within reach. His phone rang and he reached to answer it instead. He looked at the number. It was not one that he recognized. "Hello," he said.
"Sheriff?"
It was Jazz, her voice filled with panic.
"It's real, Sheriff. The Rougarou. It's real. I saw it outside your house. It chased my car down the street."
"Jazz, are you?"
"I gotta go. For God's sakes, be careful."
The dial tone buzzed in his ear, and she was gone. In his head, he made the connection of squealing tires and howls, but the terror in her voice didn't connect well with the confident woman he knew. Right behind that connection came another. Landry jumped from his chair and pulled his boots on.
"No rest for the wicked,"
his gut whispered as he headed for the door. Landry backed his cruiser into a stand of basket oaks on Bayou Road and was swallowed by the dark shadow of the big trees. He powered down his window and switched off the engine. He was playing the hunch provided by his gut. If his gut was wrong about this, he planned to kick its ass. Across the road from his dark refuge, a rundown, whitewashed clapboard house reflected the silvery moonlight. In the drive was parked the pickup truck he'd searched for earlier. Evidently, John Donnet no longer felt the need of protection offered by his father's shotgun and decided to go home. Landry had tried to give the kid some advice that might save his life. He had, obviously, not taken it. And what was new about that? Damn kids went out their way to ignore advice. Ignore the sheriff was the parish motto. So be it. If the ignorance of others would not cause Ed Landry to relax his hold on duty, if Jed had double-crossed the killer, chances were slim to none and John was innocent of the double dealing. They weren't that different. They were a set, not a match set, but a set nevertheless. Miss Clara warned the killing would continue, and Jod said the same. In Landry's mind, if that were true, John Donnet rose to the top of the killer's list. Now the moon was rising at Landry's back, and the shadow of the oaks would give him a few hours of cover. His view of the house across the way, washed in the pale light, filled him with a mix of dread and hope. Hope that he was on a fool's errand, and dread that he wasn't. Landry watched, waited and prayed for a breeze to relieve the still heat that wrapped him up in its humid embrace. Sweat stung his eyes and rolled down his back to pool at his butt crack. As he was about to give up, his long suffering was rewarded. A twig snapped to his left. The sound was followed closely by the rustling of footsteps and the carpets of leaves. Landry eased his head to the left, and the trees bunched up against the road for a mile in that direction. If someone was moving out there, they would have stepped out onto the road to be visible from his position. That suited Landry's purpose just fine. Anything that didn't move across the road towards the house was of little interest. As he watched the tree line, a silver-washed figure crept forward to crouch beneath an oak on the narrow shoulder of the road. The head was lost in shadow, but there was no question it was a man. A silhouette obscured by patches of shadow, his movement was clear enough. He was definitely holding to the shadows. The visible profile remained fixed on John's place. There seemed to be no question about the intent. Landry eased his hand down to his side to unsnap the guard on his weapon. The snap sounded like thunder, and Landry winced and slowly raised his hand to the door handle. The figure had not moved. He applied steady upward pressure onto the latch, and when it moved, he would be ready. The figure rose from its crouch, left the cover of the oak tree, and stepped into the road. Moonlight transformed the silhouette into a ghostly figure. The long snout and pointed ears covered with wild tufts of dark fur were unmistakable in the light. And Landry drew a sharp, quick breath. "Jesus," Landry whispered as he exhaled. His trembling hand locked onto the door handle. Wait, not yet. He watched
stunned, not believing what he was seeing, unable to look away. His mind flashed to the image of a huge brown shadow crashing through the jungle undergrowth. He snapped his eyes closed in an off-practice blink to chase the mental image away. Beyond his window, the thing in the road, the rougarou his mind tried to deny, trotted across the far side, and then, dropping onto all fours, it began to pace back and forth at the edge of the yard, sizing the place up, Landry thought. He shifted his leg closer to the door, braced his right against the console, and yanked up on the door handle. The creature broke into a run, jumped the fence and crashed through the large living room window in the time it took Landry to get out of his car. Landry drew his weapon and called for backup, and he charged into the road and was met with screams. Landry kicked down the rickety gate, and he took steps to the door without slowing, lowered his shoulder and hit the door on the run. The blow splintered the frame and slamming the door into the wall behind it. John lay sprawled on the living room floor in a spreading pool of red. The back door exploded. A glance at the body told Landry there was no help to give. Slowing but a step, he leapt over John, threw a chair from his path and burst through the empty hinges of the back door. He jumped 3 steps onto a concrete patio and sprinted into the knee-high grass and weeds that led away a wall of trees. By the time he reached the trees, he decided against pursuing the thing in the dark without more moonlight and without backup. And holding his weapon ready, Landry backpedaled through the overgrown yard to John's back door. He heard the sirens as he mounted the steps at the rear of the house and holstered his weapon. He knew it was useless, but he went in to see John. Head down, he was walking through the cluttered kitchen when he heard a tortured moan. John was still alive. Landry dropped down at John's side. His left arm was as useless as a bloody rag splayed out at his side, and with his right hand, John fumbled in a partially successful attempt to hold his intestines inside his body. "Hang on, John," Landry told him, and he keyed his mic. "Landry, get me a damned ambulance out here now!" He didn't wait to hear the response. Lights flashed red and blue through the front door, and Landry ignored them too. He wet a towel in the kitchen sink and hustled back to John's side. Gently cradling the coils of intestines in the towel, he stuffed John's guts back inside and wrapped the towel around the middle of the wounded man. "Ambulance is on the way," Landry assured him. "Sheriff?" Jess called from the steps. "Clear, Jess," he yelled back. "Is that ambulance coming?" And Jessie Pennetu bounded up the stairs into the house, weapon still drawn, and she quickly took in the scene and holstered her weapon and moved over to Landry. "It's on the way, Sheriff," she told him. "My God, is that John?" "Yes," Landry said. "Go see if you can find a clean sheet, but don't be picking. A dirty one will do just fine. Go." Jessie disappeared down a nearby hall and reappeared 2 minutes later with a sheet. "I tear it in half and wet both halves," Landry instructed. The wail of approaching sirens helped both of them breathe easier, and they laid the damp clothes over the wounded arm and abdomen. Minutes later, the room was awash with red and blue lights, and Landry left John and rushed to the open doorway. "In here," he waved the medics on. One paramedic poured bottles of saline over John's open abdomen and covered the wounds with clean bandages, while the other checked pulse and pressure. "What happened?" one of the paramedics asked as he tucked a rolled blanket under John's feet. You wouldn't believe me if I told you," Landry said. A pair of IVs going wide open, they bundled John into the back of their ambulance and threw gravel in their wake. The ambulance dodged an arriving police cruiser and rocketed down the road, and Jerry Will's car rocked to a stop in the yard. Landry left the porch and walked over to lean against Jerry's car. "Who's in town?" Landry asked. "Matt, why?" "Get him on the phone. Have him drive out to Bayou Road and do a drive-by of a Frank's fish camp. If there's lights on, ask him to go see that everyone's okay." "Something up over there?" Jerry asked. "I hope not," Landry said. "I hope no one's there, but I just got a real bad feeling. Have him check it out." 20 minutes later, Landry's phone rang.
Sheriff, Matt's voice sounded hollow and far away. I need you. Tell me, Matt. The place is a wreck, he said. There's blood everywhere, but there's nobody here. It's creepy. The place is torn to hell. I'm on my way, Landry said and hung up. Jesse, you got this? Landry shouted to his deputy. Jerry, let's go. Landry jumped into his cruiser and slammed the accelerator to the floor. And the big car fish-tailed onto the road, and he stayed with it, but didn't lift his foot. Time slowed in a dreamlike fashion. The faster he drove, the harder he pushed, the further the road stretched out before him. Landry realized the insensible words he was muttering were not curses, but a prayer. He need not have hurried. He knew it, but did it anyway. That's the way things were going tonight. He followed the long driveway and parked behind Matt's cruiser. And Jerry pulled around Landry and parked in the grass behind the drive. The crumpled remains of a screen door lay in the middle of the yard about 20 yards from where it belonged. Matt Fontaine stood on the small front porch under the soft yellow glow of an overhead light, and he wandered over to Landry's direction. You okay? Landry asked. Yeah. Matt tilted his head towards the house. Come, take a look. The inner door had been ripped from its hinges and now lay in the centre of the living room. Next to it was a 9mm Glock, a pool of dried blood, and a scattering of spent brass. The furniture was scattered around the room, and few pieces were embedded into the wall several feet off the floor. Jerry stopped to examine the bullet holes in the walls beside where the door had once hung. Jesus, boss, he said. Looks like a war zone. Where is everybody? Landry asked. Have you checked the house? No one's here, Matt reported. I'd say no one was home, except... He nodded at a weapon on the floor. There's no body anywhere? And Matt shook his head. Gone. Gone? There's some blood on the back door, Matt said. But nobody that I could find. What do you make of all this? Jerry swept his hand around the room. Landry shook his head and he took in the destruction. The furniture had been ripped to shreds before being thrown around the room. The floor was littered with shattered glass and pieces of broken picture frames. A torn rug protruded through a window, and bloody claw marks ran in long, deep gouges along the walls. Landry shrugged and followed Jerry through the house, past the blood-streaked rear door and into the backyard. The deputy pointed to a pair of shallow ruts cutting through the trees. Frank Bass has a fire pit and a boat down that way, Landry said. Let's check it out. These boys screwed over the wrong person, Jerry said. Landry, Matt and Jerry started down the trail towards the camp and the swamp beyond. I drug him off to the swamp, and Jerry pointed out blood on the grass as they passed by. Oh, holy shit! What's that? Matt groaned as the trees parted into a wide clearing. The disemboweled body of Frank Bass hung upside down from a low branch at the edge of the bayou. Beneath his head atop a pile of intestines was Frank's heart. On the muddy bank a few steps away was a set of familiar paw prints with long claws. Go on back, Matt, Landry said. Point the way for the crew and get the coroner out here. You're going to stay with that? He pointed at the body. Yeah, Landry jerked his head back towards the trail. Go on, get going. We'll be fine. Jerry, I need to talk to you. Bayou Moon. Chapter 8. Let's get straight into that. Jerry, we need to talk, Landry said, and motioned for Jerry to follow. At the time, Jerry had no idea how someone's face could grow more solemn than that of sheriff at a murder scene.
but Landry's did, and he was about to find out the cause. He followed Landry to the chairs crowded around a fire pit not far from where Frank's body was hanging. A creeping sense of dread hung about his shoulders as he pulled up a chair next to the sheriff. This sounds serious. Jerry tried to laugh it off. I saw it, Jerry, Landry said, a mournful sorrow in his eyes. It was not a man in a mask. I saw it. I'm telling you the truth. It was a damn rougarou. What? No way. Jerry's words caught in his throat. I mean, damn. You sure? Oh, of course you're sure. I don't know what to say. It's okay. I saw it. And I don't know what to say. It's impossible, I know, but there it was, 10, 20 yards away. Just like the picture I showed you. It's real. I can still hardly believe it myself. Damn it. I can't do this again. Again? Do what again? Jerry asked. You've seen it before. What? Come on, Ed. Get it out. It's not like you to hold off with this stuff like this. You're wrong there, Jerry. It's just like me, Landry said. Hell. Why not? My career's over anyway. Do you remember the difference between a fairy tale and a war story? Sure, Jerry said. One begins with once upon a time and the other with this is no shit. Well, this is no shit. It was Landry's turn at failed humor. It was March 1970 and we were inserted in country near the Shoal Valley to reclaim an abandoned fire base. We were moving through some heavy growth one morning and we crossed a stream. I was walking drag as I stepped in the water. I heard the splash upstream. It was quiet, like they were treading light and slipped, maybe dropped something. I froze and swung my weapon that direction. That's when I heard something big hit the water. It sounded like a damn giant walking down the middle of that stream. What came around that bend wasn't human. Don't ask me what it was, because I still don't know. Honestly, I don't want to know. It was big, I mean really big, 7 or 8 feet tall, covered with dark brown hair. I only saw it for a few seconds before it turned into a blur that went crashing off through the trees. I just stood there, staring at the spot. It's a wonder I didn't get my ass killed. A couple of guys came hustling back for me and got me moving again. Anyway, when we got back, one of my buddies asked what happened to me. I made the mistake of telling him. Unfortunately, things got so hot there until the time we pulled out, everyone forgot about it. Well, everyone but me. Damn, was all Jerry could say. For what seemed to Landry an eternity, Jerry sat facing him, just looking at him. Landry could see the deputy's eyes on him, but they weren't seeing him. They were far away. The lights came back to Jerry's eyes like somebody threw a switch, and he shifted in his seat and leaned closer. I believe you, he said and leaned back into his chair. Now, what do we do? Landry's ringing phone provided the immediate answer, and he pulled it from his pocket. Cheryl Steer's name appeared on the screen. Hey, Cheryl, Landry answered. Tell me something good. I'm in Morgan City with John Donnet, she said. He didn't make it. Died just before they got here. I'm sorry, Sheriff. That's all right. Come on home. Landry punched in a number on his phone and put it on speaker. Hello, Sheriff? Camille answered. Where are you? I'm at Frank Bass's fishing camp. Jerry's with me. Do you have an ETA for Doc Johnson? He should be pulling up any minute now, she said. John is dead? Yeah, I heard. Cheryl just called me, he told her. I see headlights coming. Must be him now. Keep me up to date. Will do, Sheriff, she replied and hung up. Landry left Jerry with Frank's body while the coroner finished up. Weighed down by trouble, he made the slow walk back to Bass's home alone.
He never felt so helpless in his life. People were dying, people he was sworn to protect, and that grated like hell, but it wasn't the worst of it. The killer was something that couldn't exist, a legend, a myth. Yet, here it was, killing at will, and he was helpless to stop it. Well, if that thing thought that, it was all to his advantage, because he would stop it and set it back to whatever hell it crawled out of. That was his first priority. Keeping his job afterward was a little concern. It was out of his hands now, and he rolled the dice with Jerry, and there was nothing to do there but let things play out. When he reached the house, he found Cletus trying to keep the scene free of prying eyes. Lockett was a small town, and word got around fast, especially when lights and sirens got involved. Landry stalked past the deputy towards the onlookers. He planted both fists on his hips and waved the crowd away. "Every last one of you," he commanded. "Get out of here and go home. I mean it." It took a minute to start, but the half-dozen or so spectators melted away. As they were going, the thought struck Landry that it might be safer here than anywhere else in the parish. So far those that died did so at home. He turned and walked back towards the house. "Cletus, has anyone called Frank's wife?" Landry asked. "No, sir," the deputy replied. "You need me to do that?" "No, it's all right," Landry said. "See if you can find out where she is and let me know. I'll better deliver this news in person." "Sure thing, Sheriff. I'll be inside. Let me know." Back inside and drained of adrenaline that fueled his last trip inside, Landry took in the scene with a cooler head. The room stank of blood and piss, both of which pooled on the floor where Frank's body had been. The sofa had been thrown across the room and sat atop the stove in the kitchen. The family photos scattered around the floor and a sea of shattered glass was shredded. The walls where the pictures once hung were raked with deep furrows. Every piece of furniture was destroyed. Destroyed. And that was the right word, all right. It wasn't just the furniture that was destroyed, was it? Whoever did this was determined to destroy as much as possible with that little time he had. The Rougarou was a monster, but Landry decided the rage that drove it was more monstrous by far. Even standing in the midst of so much destruction, he felt that rage was not yet spent. "Sheriff," Cletus called from the door. "Vicky is over at her mama's." "Okay, thanks, Cletus." "Sheriff? There's one thing you should know. She asked if Frank and Roger were all right." "Are you sure she asked for both Frank and Roger?" "Yes, sir." "Damn. Put out a bolo on Roger," Landry ordered. "I'm gonna go see Vicky. I'll be in touch." Landry steered his way clear of the other vehicles and pointed back towards town. Sand and gravel flew in his wake. The big car slewed across the wide shoulder, caught some traction, and swung down the center of the road. Gun in the car wasn't going to help find Roger. It did help vent a bit of his frustration. Damn it! He brought his fist down on the wheel and shook the pain off and took a deep cleansing breath. He needed to think clearly. He had been onto something when Cletus had interrupted. He was sure of it. Each of these murders was staged. They told a story. He just needed to read it and pray he stumbled upon the ending before the story was over. He had seen a monster. No one was going to believe that, but he did. At least he thought he did. All superstitions hung on for a reason beyond tradition and more than cleverly crafted fiction. If the whole Rougarou thing, all the stories were true, what then? What did that mean for his investigation? How and when was this going to end? And John said the Rougarou was a man. It looked that way for the most part, and what he'd seen of its actions on the road outside John's place favoured a thinking creature. It seemed to case the house before charging that demonstrated reasoning in some degree. Enough reason for him to trust John's tales. And so, Even though it was a monster, it was still a man too. A man's motive for murder should apply equally well. Why do men kill? The list wasn't that long. Love, money, self-preservation, and revenge. When you came down to it, self-preservation and revenge were simply forms of love. Love of self and love of something lost. So, love or money. Landry could not imagine money beginning behind this. That dog did not just hunt. And that left love. Delmer lost his head. Rita couldn't keep her tongue in hers, and Jeff had double-crossed. No, wait. His wounds were inflicted from behind, but possibly not a double cross. Maybe Jeff had turned his back on someone. There had been no time for staging with John. And Frank? Was it Frank who had no guts? Okay, could be. He turned into the driveway on Cypress Street before he would complete the thought. Vicky Bass was waiting on the porch when he pulled in. Landry kept his head hung low, trying to still his face for what was coming. Walking slowly from his car to meet her at the foot of the steps, he paused to look up into Vicky's face. One glance at his blank expression was all that she needed. Her brow creased, quivering lips drew down the corners of her mouth, and tears burst from behind pent-up breath. Her hands flew to cover her face, and she turned and ran back into the house. Damn, Landry mumbled to himself and went after her. Vicky's mother pointed him towards a small bedroom off the main hall, and Vicky lay face down, her legs sticking out over the foot of the bed, her shoulders heaving with great, racking sobs. Landry sat on the edge of the bed, laid a hand on her shoulder to let her know that she was not alone, and to let her cry. And when the tears slowed, he lifted his hand and cleared the lump from his throat. "I'm so sorry about Frank," he said. "Vicky, I need your help now. We don't know where Roger is, and he was not at the camp. I was hoping he was with you. We have an all-points bulletin out for him right now. Everyone in my department is out looking for him." She sat up and wiped her face on a throw that she had buried beneath her. Does that mean there's still hope?" "Absolutely," Landry assured her. "When I leave here, I'm going to organize some folks in the parish to widen the search. We'll find him, I promise you." "Then, Sheriff," she smiled weakly up at him, "get out of here. I will get through this, but you find Roger for me. Please." "On my way," Landry said as he rose. "What was he wearing last time you saw him?" All of Landry's regular deputies and all but one or two reservists were mustered at the crime scenes. He had Camille call in the missing reserves. The bowler had gone out on the scanner, and already ears of the community were at work growing legs. He had Camille contact a couple of churches she knew had what she called prayer trees, a phone network connecting members of the congregations. She asked them for prayer and volunteers. The word spread rapidly. This time, Landry was glad for the crowd that gathered on his doorstep. He pushed through the people and up to the stairs. At the top of the steps he turned to look out over the ragtag collection of men and women assembled on the street. Locette was well represented. Black, white, men, women, rappers, rednecks, Cajuns, old-timers. And Jean, come lately, stood shoulder to shoulder to answer the call to search the Bayou for Roger Bass. It was nice to see people could still come together. He couldn't help but feel more than a little anxious about all the weapons on display. As a search team without weapons, this would work. Some of these old boys had more than searching for Roger on their minds. And with 5 people already dead, and Rougarou stories that, as it turned out, were well-founded, circulating everywhere, he was either going to turn a blind eye to weapons or call this off. The chances of that happening now that they were gathered and primed to go were slim to none. And technically, this little posse was as illegal as hell, as he was responsible for whatever happened. But Landry was beyond caring about that. "Y'all gather in here,"
Landry waved them closer. The sound of screeching tires, followed by repeated blasts of a car horn and a roaring engine, ended Landry's speech before it started. Headlights bore down on the crowd, scattering men, and Elmer Levesque brought his ancient F-150 to a fishtailing, sliding halt in front of the sheriff's office. Elmer sprang from his truck's eyes wide and saucers and huffing like a freight train. And from his place on top of the steps, Landry's heart sank. He could see the draped form in the bed of Elmer's pickup and knew the search was already over. Sheriff, Elmer puffed. I found that old boy, yes. He washed up in my pirogue. Damn it, gave me frissions. Make way, boys. Landry pushed through the crowd. James LeVay, y'all leave the blanket alone and get away from there. Landry doubted any evidence remained on Roger's body, but he didn't need every swinging Richard in Lockett messing with the body and puking on the sidewalk. Landry got some unexpected help. Jerry Wills returned from the Bass place in time to help chase the crowd away. He hadn't expected to find Roger alive, but as long as he was a missing person, Landry was duty-bound to mount a search. And that it ended before it began, and with a result he dreaded, was a small comfort. The crowd gone, Landry turned to Elmer and his find. Tell me, Elmer, Landry said, how's business these days? Elmer glanced around at him, looked up at the sky and checked the ground for answers before he replied. What business we talking about? I'm talking about your shine business, Elmer, Landry told him. That is, unless you've taken up some other trade of late. Moonshine is illegal, Sheriff. I wouldn't. Landry shook his head and Elmer ran out of steam. This is not the time, Elmer. I know about your stills and both of them. My boys watched you set up the new one. It's on state land, by the way, so you can get a cut at a penitentiary if you want one. Or you can talk to me now and kind of fog my recollection about such things. And do you want your lawyer? Yeah, some heartless sons of bitches round here. A man tries to help and this the mercy he gets? And we're damn proud of your doing your civic duty. Now, let me see your back. My back? What the hell for? Scratches. I don't see any on your arms. If there was none on your back, you're clear of murder. Get that shirt off. Okay, Landry said while Elmer put his shirt on. I didn't think you were guilty, but I had to know for sure. Now, let's clear up the shine charges. What have Roger and the Donnet boys been up to lately? And who, if anyone, have they pissed off? They got nobody mad. They've been running shine for Ed, but not that Bass boy. He never do nothing like that. Ed can get a little nasty, but that's usually with his supplies, not his delivery boys. That's all I know. You know a darn sight more than that, Elmer. Jerry joined in. I saw it on your face. I'm telling you the truth. Yeah, now tell all of it, Jerry insisted. I heard Ed. He was having a real shouting match the other day with some old boy, or whoever it was, threatened to kill him. And before you ask me, no, I don't know who. I heard that kind of talk starts flying back and forth, and I got out of there. And what are they arguing about? Landry jumped in. I don't know exactly. Well, tell me what you do know. That's not exactly. He was saying Ed ruined his life, and he was going to put an end to the business. I think they might have scuffed a bit. Jerry, Landry turned to his deputy. Check the hospital at Morgan City, Landry said. See if you can find out who might have fallen down his front steps or slipped in the shower. Elmer, you can go. I don't want you taking a vacation in the swamp. You stay where I can find you. Do you understand me? Yes, sir, Sheriff. Yes, sir. And when you call Ed, Landry added, tell him I expect to be around to see him soon, and if he plans on hiding out, he better plan on moving out to the parish, permanent like. Bayou, Moon. Chapter 9. Let's get straight into that. The death toll in the tiny town of Loquette rose to 6 after the discovery of the body of 19-year-old Roger Bass. Bass's body was discovered in Black Sulphur Bayou by a local fisherman just minutes before police were to launch a massive search. Meanwhile, police in Loquette are still searching for clues to the identity of the person being labelled the worst serial killer in recent history. Landry needed to be in bed sleeping, not listening to a yammer on the television news and the likes of Shelley Martin. The state police would be here tomorrow or the day after, at the very latest. He hadn't received an official notification yet, but it was coming as sure as the sun was coming up in a few hours. Landry didn't see how their presence was going to help solve anything, but help or not, it was coming. Having the higher-ups take over the investigation gulled the hell out of him, but it didn't bother him nearly as much as the prospect of telling them his only suspect was a rougarou. If he did that, it would be the end of his career, even if it was kept out of the news that the sheriff of Bonaire Parish was batshit crazy. Landry was about to turn the television off when the reporter's previous interview with old John filled the screen. This time, and really for the first time, he actually listened to what old John said. A commercial came on and Landry turned the set off. Something about old John's interview was gnawing at his thoughts and trying to get through. He gave up after a few minutes and crawled into bed. The people who study such things say dreams are the mind's way of working out the problems of the day. Ed Landry had never been much of a student, and he was even less so when he was asleep. Being unprepared for a test rarely kept them from coming for you. Neither did it keep Landry's dreams at bay. His dreams that night, they ran more to convoluted glimpses of Hollywood movies than the very real problems of the backwater sheriff. Tom Cruise grilled old John Saint Pierre on the witness stand, demanding to know the truth. Claude Rains read poetry from a huge book before escorting Landry into the light of a full moon where David Norton ran naked through the woods. Landry was awake an hour before the alarm was set to go off, and he lay staring at the ceiling for a minute, listening to the pulse thump in his temples. Werewolves, rougarous, monsters. It was all anyone could talk about these days. Even his dreams wouldn't let him be. And that was when Holy Shit Express hit him. He kicked back the blankets only to become hopelessly tangled in them. The harder he kicked, the tighter they wrapped themselves around him. His struggles carried him over the edge of the bed and he hit the floor like linen wrapped in a sheriff burrito. Cussing and continuing to kick, he finally extricated himself from the blankets. He stumbled to the bathroom and took a quick shower, dressed, and was on his way to the office 20 minutes later. Freddie and Camille were in the process of changing shifts at the dispatch desk when Landry burst through the door. And from the stunned looks on their faces, Landry thought he might have just caught them discussing the overthrow of the government. "Coffee, now!" he ordered as he stalked without slowing. Camille appeared in the door a minute later, and she handed Landry a steaming cup of coffee, took his hat from atop his desk and hung it on the hook. Landry sipped his coffee and winced. "Ugh, what is this? Last night's leftovers?" he asked. Never mind, it's okay. I could use a kickstart. Tell Freddie to make another pot." "Already on it," Camille said as she made a quick exit. "What's this, an insomnia outbreak?" Freddie groused as Jerry Wills came through the office door 5 minutes later. "Jerry, what's going on around here?" "Hell if I know," Jerry answered, "but I'll take a cup of that." And Jerry made his way straight to Landry's office. He gave 2 rapid raps on the door and peeked inside. Landry waved him inside. The excitement Jerry heard in Landry's voice when he called appeared to have dissipated. The sheriff's brow was knit together and pulled low over his eyes. One hand ferried coffee from the table to his mouth while the other massaged his right temple. Landry motioned for him to sit. Jerry, do you believe that killer is a rougarou? Landry asked.
What? You got me out of bed for that? Jerry said. I told you. I believe you. Are you having second thoughts?
Just answer the question.
I believe an honest-to-God rougarou is at work here.
Thank you. Landry's face relaxed and a smile slowly grew. I noticed you called the rougarou by name.
Sure, why not?
Well, because no one else around the town does.
How's that?
Watch, Landry said, and he walked to the door. Freddy, will you bring us some more coffee?
I will if y'all will tell me what's going on,
Freddy called from his desk. Deal, Landry told him and returned to his seat. Freddy, balancing 3 cups, walked into the office.
What the hell?
He asked, seeing both men already drinking coffee. He put the cups down on the sheriff's desk and dropped into the remaining chair.
Well, is somebody going to tell me what's going on or not?
Freddy, Landry leaned back in his chair. Do you believe someone in Loquette's a rougarou? Freddy studied his coffee, scratched his head and slowly nodded. Good. Now humour me, Landry said. I want you to say, the sheriff's a rougarou. Go ahead. Say it.
Well,
that was all Freddy could get out. Sweat began to bead on his forehead, and his eyes were searching the room for an answer or a way out. He wiped his brow and opened his mouth to answer and then closed it again without a word. Never mind, Freddy, Landry said. Just tell us what happens to somebody who names a rougarou.
Whoever says it takes the thing's place, Freddy said.
Landry turned back to Jerry with a smile. You see, Landry said. Everybody around here talks about the rougarou. That is, they talk around it, but not about it in specifics. It's like pulling teeth to even get them to say the word out loud.
So? This superstitious bunch. We already knew that,
Jerry said. And the most superstitious soul of the bunch, Landry answered, is the one who talks about the most freely about the rougarou. Beginning with Delmer, we have had one, and only one person who had no qualms whatsoever in calling a rougarou by name. In fact, he's the one that started the whole thing.
Old John?
Old John, Landry repeated. The spookiest Cajun of the lot. Now, Jerry, why is that?
He doesn't really believe?
A confused look came over Jerry's face and his voice trailed off. Oh, he believes, Landry took over. Old John knows there is a rougarou. He has always known it. And to be that certain, he knows who is to blame.
Then there ain't but one answer left,
Freddy broke in. And both men looked at Freddy.
You're not serious.
Jerry broke the silence. Jerry, go pick him up, Landry ordered. John leaned heavily on Jerry's arm as they walked up the steps to the jailhouse. The old man's eyes were sunken into deep sockets from which hung black rings. Dark blue veins stood out on the back of his hands that had taken on a new tremor. The skin hung in loose ropes from his face and upper arms. Landry met them at the door, and John looked up at him with weary eyes. Landry guided him to a chair in his private office and leaned against the desk, waiting for John to catch his breath. John gave Landry a weak smile and a tremulous wave of his hand. Landry ignored the greeting and moved around his desk to sit facing John. John, you're going to tell me who's killing people in my town. Landry's voice was emotionless as his face. Don't feed me no shit about a rougarou. You got the whole town believing it, but I ain't buying it from you. John struggled to pull himself up in the chair.
I done told you. The truth all along.
Yes, you did. Landry ran a hand through his hair. How is that, John? How is it that when there ain't a Cajun in this parish could even say the word Rougarou. You toss it around like it's nothing. You're a brave man, John, but I don't think you're that brave.
John cocked his head to look at Landry from the corner of his left eye. A wide grin pushed back the wrinkles in his cheeks to show a narrow row of white teeth between his thin lips. The look reminded Landry of a possum just before it hisses and shows you just how sharp its teeth are.
You want to tell me, John? Landry said. You know I saw you out of John's. Why not come clean?
You're a smart one, Ed Landry,
John said, still fixing Landry with his smile.
When it's time, maybe.
No maybes, John. Time's up. Landry brought his palm down onto the desk. You leave me no choice, John. I'm charging you with illegal manufacture and distribution of alcohol. Jerry, read him his rights and lock him up.
Don't do it, Sheriff,
John warned.
Won't no good come of it.
Then tell me what I want to know.
I'll tell you this.
John's voice took on an edge of steel.
Y'all lock up old John tonight, and all hell is gonna break loose around here.
And why is that, John? Landry asked.
John waved a weak dismissal Landry's way and looked at Jerry.
Better take me on back, deputy. You just wait, little Eddie Landry. You ain't so smart as you think.
I don't want to cuff you, Jerry told him. Just be sure I will if I need to.
No need,
John said.
Let's go. That's all old John's gonna say.
The old man had cancer. He obviously didn't have the strength to whip a gnat. Landry was relying on Jackson's book. It said looks were deceiving. And when the Rougarou was in human form, it appeared ill, but with the change came near superhuman strength. He had seen that for himself. John hinted that he was not done, and Landry had no choice but to lock him up for everyone's good. And nevertheless, he felt bad for locking up a dying man for what could be his last night. Landry decided to spend the night at the jail. Landry didn't know how his presence might prevent it, but he was determined John was not going to die while in custody. John passed the rest of the day napping. The state police were kind enough to drag their feet, and he still had no notification of their intervention in his affairs and counted it a true blessing. Landry cut back on the number of deputies on patrol, but kept everyone on alert, and he was taking a big gamble, but one he thought justified. John grew restless when the sun began to set. Landry passed it off as a touch of sundowners and reviving effect of sleeping through the day. This had happened to his own father near the end. Underlying this was the fact that it was Thursday night, and that meant jambalaya and Christie's and the Bayou Cafe. Last Thursday had not gone as well as he planned, and he wanted a chance to redeem himself. Landry let his hardened stomach get the better of him, and he wandered across the street to the diner. Christie was seated in a corner booth. She waved at him when he came through the door. He raised his index finger in a 1-minute gesture and walked over to the counter.
Maury, he greeted the owner. I have a prisoner over at the jail. Would you send over some jambalaya? Put it on my check. I'm going to go join the young lady yonder for dinner.
You got it, Sheriff, Maury said with a wink.
She's been waiting for you. Then I had better not keep her.
Landry slid into the booth opposite Christie and felt his cares lift. He was not a romantic in the modern sense, but he believed a man made his own happiness. But he was a realist enough to know some people made happiness easier to manufacture. Christie was one of those people. Her eyes sparkled with an inner excitement that drew him in. I found something, she said as soon as he was seated. The befuddled look that fell over his face did not extinguish her enthusiasm for the news. I found how your victims are connected, she explained. She pulled a sheaf of paper from a folder beside her and handed it to him. It was a copy of an old newspaper.
and he looked at the date, 1962, and the headline read, 3 generations die in accident. A 2-day search for a missing family ended today when the bodies of Anne Saint Pierre, 36, her daughter, Christine Bass, 18, and granddaughter, Melody Bass, 3 months, all of Loquette, were found in their cars submerged in Black Bayou. The 3 had been missing. That's interesting, but what does it have to do with our victims? He asked. I did a little research, she told him. Anne Saint Pierre was married to John Saint Pierre. Christine was their daughter. Melody was their only granddaughter. Christine was married to Richard Bass. That's Richard Bass Sr., Frank's brother and Roger's father. The sheriff investigating the accident was Robert Donnet, our victim's grandfather. I haven't figured out how Delmer Rousseau and Rita Goodwin fit in yet, but I'm sure they do. I bet John can fill in the details for you, Ed. Ed? Ed? Oh, sorry, he murmured. I thought you would be happy. Anger rose in her voice. I am, he said. Believe me, I am. I locked up John today. He's in jail now. I think he's the murderer now. I know why. What? Oh, John? There's no way he could have done this. He's too old and frail. No, Christy, he said. There is one way I think he found it. I have to get back to the jail. Excuse me. I'm sorry, dinner's on me. Thank you for working this out. I owe you big time. But I have to go. I think something very bad is about to happen. Landry worked his way out of the booth and hurried for the door. Maury, he called as he rushed by. Dinner's on me. And he jogged across the street and up the stairs and to the cells without stopping. He went through the heavy metal doors separating the lockup from the rest of the department and found John nervously pacing his cell.
Y'all gotta let me out, Sheriff,
John told him. Why's that, John? Landry asked. What you gotta do that won't keep? You haven't touched your dinner.
I remember when y'all was little running these streets, round this town.
A faraway look clouded John's eyes.
You was a scrapper. I used to tell you all the boys' stories about the hoodoo and swamp witches. The others would be shaking in their little shoes, but not Eddie Landry. No, sir.
What's your point?
This ain't story time, and sometimes a man needs to be scared, and this is that time. Tonight's the full moon, time that the evil, she get up and walk around.
Where y'all gonna be that's safer than right here?
It ain't me I'm scared for,
John said. He took his uneaten dinner from his cot and put it in the still sink fixed to the one wall. Then, John curled up on the bed with his face to the wall and refused to speak. Landry finally shrugged his shoulders and walked away, leaving John to his stubborn ways. Back in his office, Landry laced his fingers behind his head and propped his boots onto the desk. He'd check on John later and try to smooth things over. A lazy tide of twilight sleep drifted over him, leaving Landry not completely asleep but not fully awake. And then sirens called to cross over into sleep were shattered by the sound of bodies scrambling, shattering dinnerware and blood-curdling screams. His feet hit the floor instinctively, carrying him towards the sound of battle. He arrived at the door leading to the cells just as Camille pushed through from the far side. The dispatcher ploughed into Landry, spun away from him and kept running. Landry stepped inside the lockup as the door swung closed behind Camille. The deep growl that greeted him changed to an ear-splitting howl. It was impossible, absolutely freaking impossible, but there it was. Old John, naked from the waist up, halfway up the bars clinging to the front of his cell, and his face had been replaced by the head of a snarling, snapping, howling wolf. Landry stumbled back against the door and thought he hadn't
been to mass in years, crossed himself. His brain once again stubbornly refused to believe what his eyes were seeing. Following his gut, he drew his weapon, and after a moment's deliberation, he returned it to its holster again. The bars of the cell were holding. "Oh, damn, John," he said. "Why?" And John was too busy gnawing at the bars to reply. Landry read somewhere that a Rougarou retained its ability to think, but the drooling, growling thing across the room was too filled with rage to have room for a rational thought required to answer. Landry opened the door behind him enough to put his head through and yelled for Camille. No answer. He keyed the mic on his chest. "Officer down," he shouted. "Officer down at the jail. All units respond." Sirens began to wail, and there was a burst of static before Jerry's voice broke through that he was responding Code 3 and requesting EMS. 2 squad cars screeched to a halt outside the sheriff's department, avoiding each other by inches, and Jerry and Cletus bounded up the steps and into the empty office. "Back here," Landry shouted and pulled the door closed. "Sheriff, are you okay?" Cletus said. "Open the door." "Y'all stay where you are." Landry turned towards the cell. "John, we're not going to hurt you. If you're in there, try to calm down." "What the hell's going on in there?" Jerry shouted through the door. "Who's hurt?" The handle turned with a clang and the metal door slowly opened. Landry waved them inside. "Holy Mother of God!" Cletus murmured and backed away. And Jerry, frozen to the spot, could only shake his head. "Cletus," Landry directed, "there's a book on my desk. Get it and bring it to me. Then you lock this door and you go man dispatch. I don't know where Camille has gone and she might be hurt. Send someone to find her. Jerry and I will stay back here." "You gonna use that book against that?" Jerry asked. "Damn right, unless you know how to kill a Rougarou." And John threw himself against the bars, clawing and snapping, and Jerry took the book Cletus passed through the door and pulled the door closed. Landry inched towards the cell, motioning for calm. "We don't mean to hurt you, John," he said, "but we're not going to let you get out or let you hurt anyone else either." The monster stopped thrashing through the bars, and it backed into the corner of the cell, and with a tilt of his head studied his captors. Landry flipped the pages and shook his head, mumbled to himself and flipped some more. "Well?" Jerry said at last. "A whole lot of maybe this, maybe that," Landry answered. "Looks like we have no choice but to just try and hold out until daylight." "Oh, great," Jerry said. Bayou Moon. Chapter 10. Let's get straight into that. The John thing in the cell suddenly quit pacing, rushed to the window, cocked his head to the right, and then left, listening to something beyond Landry's hearing. A low rumble began deep in the creature's chest, working its way up to its throat and pushing its lips back from its long canines. Landry sat up straight in his chair. Something was happening outside, and none of the possibilities were likely to be positive. The pacing in the cell grew steadily faster, more animated and broken by furious fits of clawing at the window. "Sheriff, we got trouble," Cletus reported. "Y'all might want to come out here." Landry was sure that he did not want to go out there. He was equally certain he better do just that. A rising clamour of voices flooded through the open door from the office area. He arrived to find the dispatch desk was under siege. Camille's father and 6 of her brothers, armed with 5-gallon cans of gasoline, a torch and a couple of shotguns, had Cletus surrounded. "Y'all let us back there," the senior Trent demanded. "And just what do you plan to do?" Landry said as he stepped into the room. "We're gonna burn that monster." "Now, boys, let's not all get worked up," Landry said. "There's no such thing as monsters." "Oh, my Camille says she saw that... That what, Gino?"
Landry said. That rougarou? Is that what you're afraid to say? Well, I just said it. Do you see me turning into a rougarou? It don't work like that. You'd know it, Sheriff, Gino protested. No, but do you think I'd be saying it if I actually had a rougarou in my jail? Landry held his ground. Now y'all go home. Camille had a fright, but there's no one back there but old John, and he's ailing. Give the old man some peace. Go on now. Come on, Pa. He's right, said Camille's older brother, Rolly. You know Sheriff would never lie to us or put Camille in danger. Come on, let's go home. The Trent family slowly melted away towards the door. Camille, Landry said, his voice soothing. You go on along and take it easy. We have this covered now. You can come back tomorrow. Thank you, Sheriff, she said. I'm not feeling so good. Landry felt a twinge of guilt. He hadn't outright lied, but it had stretched the life out of the truth. Yes, he would say rougarou, even with one in the back, and there was no one back there in that cell but old John. He watched the lawyer's courtroom dance with the truth to know the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth were three different things. And so he hadn't flat out denied the rougarou's existence, just shaded a little, and that was not going to last very long. He had to envy Camille. Somehow she had found the courage to tell her family. Cletus, lock that door, Landry ordered. Barricade it if you have to, but keep it closed. He had no intention of allowing anyone else inside his jail tonight, come hell or high water. And somewhere beneath the fangs and claws, there was old John in there. Come morning, no one could say differently. John would be dead soon enough without hot-headed monster hunters rushing the matter. Landry had come to the conclusion that it was John's cancerous death sentence that triggered this entire mess. John was dying, and he evidently meant to take those he considered his enemies right along with him. Landry still didn't know how all the pieces and players fit together. However, he felt sure Christie had hit it on the source of the trouble. This had to do with John's family dying in that car, and he meant to find out how. The Trents might buy that bit of waltz around the truth, but neither he nor the town was ever going to accept a monster, even a caged one, in their midst. But for the moment, he just had to sit tight. A long, wavering howl took the decision from his hands. He and Jerry exchanged looks of open-mouthed puzzlement. That sound did not come from the cells. It came from the street outside. John threw himself at the window. He grabbed the bars with his fists, braced his feet on either side of the bars and pulled. For a moment, Landry wasn't sure the bars would hold. He dropped back into the cell and answered the quivering calls, still echoing down the streets of Loquette. Cletus burst through the door, weapon drawn. "That wasn't John," he said. "That came from the street." The bravado of the would-be vigilante still lingering outside evaporated. Landry heard their old truck start and speed away. The howling outside began arising again and falling in a mournful challenge, answered once again from the beast within the cell. "Now, who the hell was that out there?" Landry asked. "Damned if I know," Jerry said. "But I'd say old John here sure as hell does." The caged beast was back at the window, feet against the bars and using his entire body trying to pull them free. Another howl from beyond the wall sent John into a frenzy, but the bars they held. "John," Landry said. "John, listen to me. Let me help you. Who is that out there?" "You bit somebody who lived, didn't you? Tell me who it is." "Oh, now we got two of them," Jerry added. "What do we do?" The John thing dropped back to the floor of the cell and crept slowly towards the lawman. The muscles in the thing's face seemed to relax, his features growing slack, the teeth retreating back behind the lips. "John," Landry tried again, focusing on the face of the wolf. "John, I know you can hear me. We need you, John. I don't know why you did all this, and I'm ready to listen come morning. But right now, we need you to help us. I believe you want to set this right."
Almost imperceptibly, the head inside the cell moved up and down. "John, you played with me," Landry said. "Okay, you've had your fun, but you ain't steered me wrong yet. You don't want innocent people hurt. I don't believe for a second, but they're going to be here, with whoever that is out there, aren't they? And you and me are going to be responsible for that, John. You want that, John?" The Rougarou's head moved side to side. "I thought not." Landry drew closer to the bars. "You're a good man, John. I know it. I'm going to trust you now to do the right thing." Landry turned to face his deputy and held out his hand. "Give me the keys." Landry nodded towards the cells. "Unless you have a better idea." "Just remember," Jerry said, "if he kills you, I was against it. Come on, Cletus. Let's get out of here before the insanity really starts. Let's get us clear first, Sheriff." Jerry's warning stung a bit. Landry shrugged and nodded at him. Jerry opened the rear entrance and followed Cletus out through the office to their waiting cars. The personal danger involved in unlocking John's cell wasn't far from Landry's mind as he approached, arms extended, keys trembling in the hands, gingerly reaching for the door in front of him. Whispering a prayer, he wiped the sweat from his face and gently eased the key into the lock. "I think you have some unfinished business," he said. "I hope it's more important to you than me and my deputies are." Landry rotated his wrist and the lock opened with a metallic clank. He took a breath again when John did not rush the door. Landry slowly pulled the door towards him, keeping the bars between him and the Rougarou. The bars didn't offer much protection against the monster's claws, but he'd take what he could get. The Rougarou watched him, unmoving, until the door was fully open, and then, with a hard glare directed at Landry, it flew from the cell and out of the door. Landry whispered in a quiet thank you to a merciful God and followed the monster around the building and into the street. And Jerry was in his cruiser. Landry jumped in the passenger seat and they went in pursuit. "They're heading for John's place," Landry said. The moon, fat and full, rode high in the night sky. The black silhouette of the galloping Rougarou stood out against the pale light that lit the road and surrounding trees. "He's doing 30 miles an hour," Jerry said. "Well, let him go. Don't get too close," Landry cautioned. The Rougarou, on all fours, made straight down the middle of the Bayou road, not slowing until he reached old John's clapboard shack. It stopped on the road and slowly, deliberately stood, lifted its head, and unleashed a chilling howl at the moon. Cane fields pressed in tight on the sides and the back of the house. The front yard was dotted with rusted monuments to the owner's automobile ownership. And across the road, the trees opened up onto black sulphur bayou, where a worn but serviceable pirogue was tied to a sagging dock. Landry played his light over the house and surrounding fields. A light breeze ruffled the cane and a few crickets were singing, otherwise the night air was still. Landry stepped from the car, flashlight in one hand, the Trent's abandoned gas can in the other. His weapon drawn, Jerry followed close behind. The pair of eyes under the rickety porch watched them advance on the house. Landry sat the can on the porch with a hollow thud. Instantly, he was hit in the legs and bowled off his feet. His heart leapt to his throat, and with a gurgling gasp, Jerry spun and brought his weapon to bear, but he panicked. The stampeded dogs were already disappearing into the dark. "Damn dogs!" Landry swore. "Scared the crap out of me." "It didn't do me much good either," Jerry said. "Where's John?" Landry asked. "Damn," Jerry said, circling, searching for the lost Rougarou. The cane to Landry's right rustled and began to snap in time with heavy footfalls. Something was pushing its way through the cane and picking up speed as it came. Landry went into a crouch and trained his weapon on the sound. The cane parted a moment later, and a tall black body with a shaggy head burst into the open. The thing's red eyes zeroed in on Landry. The look made his bladder quiver. That's not John. The beast lifted its snout to the stars and unleashed a howl that sent ice pulsing through Landry's veins. "Holy shit!" Jerry gasped. The Rougarou shook itself and stretched to its full height, eyes never leaving Landry. It advanced in a slow, single, measured steps. Step, pause. Step, pause. Trying to get me to run, Landry thought. He stood firm. Jerry glided around Landry's shoulder, weapon leveled at the Rougarou, and fired. The shot hit the creature mid-chest, and it roared in pain, staggered back a step, but resumed its steady march. Before Jerry could take another shot, he was frozen by a long, wavering howl from behind them. Old John stepped out around the park police cruiser into the yard. The two monsters locked eyes, and their heavy leg muscles coiled. Growls deepened. The men were forgotten. Both beasts charged. Their chests collided with a sound like two massive tree trunks being slammed together. The Rougarous tangled into a swirling mass of claws and fangs. Teeth closed on John's shoulder, and he howled in pain as he was shaken in the jaws of the younger, stronger beast. Landry broken ran for the cruiser, and John flew free of the grip of his shoulder, blood streaming freely over his chest. And he hit the ground and rolled clear, regained his feet and flew at the other one, knocking it to the ground. John's claws ripped and pinned the beast's face and hands. A savage kick sent John sprawling, and before he could recover, the other Rougarou was atop of John, fangs going for John's throat. John's hands closed on the other's neck, trying desperately to cut off its breath and to push the snapping jaws away. And he held for a moment, but was slowly losing ground. Jaws closed on John's throat, and bloody pink mist filled the air over the grappling beasts, and then John collapsed. The other Rougarou loosened its jaws, raised himself over John's chest, mouth wide for the kill. His jaw started for the final throat-rending bite, and an explosion ripped the air. A fresh shower of blood filled the air, and heads bounced off John's chest and tumbled to the ground. John stared up into Landry's face, looking at him down the barrel of a shotgun. "Turn over, John," Landry growled. "Jerry's going to put the cuffs on you. You twitch and I'll blow your head off. I mean it. Don't make me do it, John." To Landry's surprise, the John thing complied, placing his clawed hands together in the middle of his back, and Jerry placed the cuffs on him and quickly backed away. "Sheriff, look!" Jerry pointed to the remnants of the head lying a few feet away. It's Al Blackman." "Damned if it isn't," Landry said. "Well, that muddies the water a mite, don't it? Okay, call the coroner. I'll take John back to his cell before anybody else sees him and send Cletus for you." "Are you sure you can trust him, Sheriff?" "I have to, don't I?" Landry asked as he helped John to his feet. "Can't turn him loose and I can't let him die alone. Besides, as far as anyone else is concerned, we have our killer laying right there. I think even the Trents will buy it." Whatever you say." Jerry's voice was filled with doubt. Bayou Moon. Chapter 11. Let's get straight into that. Landry tumbled the bleeding creature that was old John into the back seat of his car, mindful of the cuffs on his hands. John had made no aggressive moves towards him, but at this point he thought it best not to take any unnecessary chances. With John stowed safely behind the mesh barrier, Landry felt a little safer. Stopped at the blinking red lights, there was one of only 3 traffic signals in Loquette. Landry glanced back at John lying on the rear seat. The wolf's head and muscled limbs had faded. Instead, he saw a half-dressed, bleeding, and withered old man lying helpless on the hard plastic seat. Landry let a car passing in the opposite direction clear the intersection before turning left onto Main Street and driving a 5 blocks to his office. He whispered a word of thanks that no one was on the street. He drove by the front of the building and parked as close to the rear entrance as possible. And despite all that had happened, he could not help but feel a deep sorrow for John Saint Pierre. He didn't wish to subject the man to prying eyes and wagging tongues. A groan escaped John's lips as the car bumped its way from the street into the gravel lot that ran the length of the jail. Landry switched off the ignition. He circled around the front of the cruiser to the back door nearest to the jail. Landry reached in and removed the cuffs. John wasn't moving, but he could see the rise and fall of his chest. "Come on, John," he said. "Let's get you inside." Landry's heart sank when, for a long moment, John didn't stir from his near-fetal position on the seat. Is breathing all he has left in him? Slowly, the old man's arm moved. John put his palm against the seat near his left shoulder and pushed. His body shook with the effort to lift himself a couple of inches. Landry reached inside and gathered John in his arms and lifted him into a sitting position. John's eyes glazed over with a shift of his body. Landry steadied him with a hand and let him rest until the light returned to his eyes. He seemed to return a little stronger. Landry swung John's legs around and his feet near the ground before pulling him clear of the car and onto his feet. Loss of blood had John's none-too-strong heart working overtime to keep up with its job of getting blood to all the places it needed to go. Landry laid a hand on John's neck. He was no medic, but he knew the rapid, steady beat of the old-timer's pulse could not be good. Probably going into shock, he told himself. "Come on, John, you can make it," he said. "We get you inside and you can lay down." John grunted something Landry couldn't make out and took a step on his own that cheered the sheriff. To his surprise, John seemed to gain strength as they went the 10 feet to the back door. He leaned John against the wall and held a hand to his chest to keep him upright and worked the lock with the keys that hung from his belt. John leaned heavily on him as they navigated the hallway that led to the cells. Landry sat his charge on a tool outside the cell and shouted for Cletus to come help. Cletus helped Landry get John into the cell and onto the bunk. "Round up a couple of pillows to get under his feet," Landry told him, and calling over his shoulder. "And some blankets. We need to warm him up." And Cletus got John's feet up and handed the blankets to Landry. "Anything else you need, Sheriff?" he asked. "Yeah," Landry said. "Coffee. Lots of coffee."
"Me too,"
croaked John from his bed. "Yeah, John, you too," Landry said. Cletus was back in 5 minutes with 2 steaming cups and a thermos tucked under one arm. He passed them to Landry before retrieving something from his back pocket, which he stopped to get from the sheriff's office. "I thought, what the hell? Here," Cletus said, handing Landry the silver flask. "Good man," Landry said. "I like your thinking, although I'm concerned you knew where to find it." "Don't everyone have one of these?" Cletus asked with a broad smile. "Don't worry, we don't use yours much." John had garnered the strength to hold his cup and give Landry a wishful smile. Landry shrugged and tipped the flask into John's cup and then his own. Cletus left them on his way to man a radio out front. The 2 men drank together in silence for several minutes, lost between, what the hell do I say and what the hell does it matter now? It was John who broke the quiet puzzlement they both felt.
"I made a damn big mess for you,"
John said, his voice now stronger.
"I didn't mean it like that, but..."
"But what, John?" Landry let the bitterness inside creep into his voice. "You kill people, innocent people. Why, John?"
"They weren't no innocent,"
John snapped.
"You know that. If the law had done its job, none of this ever need to be.
What are you talking about? Landry said. You're the one.
That's where you're wrong, little Eddie.
John sat up.
I am the one who is finishing it. How old are you? 40?
35.
Damn, boy. You gotta learn to relax,
John said and smiled at him. Thanks for the advice, Landry said.
Don't give it no mind. This all began before you was born,
John said.
But it's about over now. There's just one left to pay, and that's old John. No matter, he about dead himself, and then it all be over for good.
Oh, what? Quit playing with me, John. You can speak plain. Do it. Tell me why. John arched a white eyebrow and gave him a crooked smile and held out an empty cup. Landry gave a defeated sigh and shrug and filled the cup halfway with a coffee before topping it off with the contents of the flask. And John's smile grew, and he gave Landry a nod of approval.
Now, before you were born,
he began,
old John, he had a wife, May. And John, he was not always the swinging bachelor, you know. Had a little fillet too. Her name was Christine. Christy, we called her. The prettiest young girl on the Bayou. But she was headstrong like a papa. My Annie and me, we told her Richie Bass was no good. But she would not listen. They got married and had a little girl of their own, you see. But before even that, little Melody was born. Richie, he was slipping around with D. Saxon.
Richie? D. Landry held up a hand.
Richie Bass, Richard. Why, he was the daddy of Frank and Richard, you knew. D. Saxon, she was their grandma to Lilith Delafose,
John explained. You weren't kidding, Landry said. That's before my time. Well, go ahead.
I'm giving it to you straight,
John said.
I got the notion you're the only person who might give a damn about this. Sure as hell don't know no one else in the last 40 years. Anyway, Richie, he was out playing around with Dee. His truck parked in her drive big, as you please. Like he don't even give a damn who knows he making a fool of my Christy. My wife, Annie, she got a call to tell her about what was going on from that damn Rita Goodwin. That woman took delight in being a busybody all her days. Not no more, eh? She couldn't wait to tell Annie. Well, Christy heard the whole thing and went all wild. She jumped in the car, said I'm going to town to confront her cheating husband with this whore. Somehow, Annie got the keys from her husband, ended up driving. I can only guess it was because Christy was so upset that Annie refused to let her go alone. Annie could be real strong when she dug her heels in. They had no choice but to carry little baby Melody right there with them. They never even made it to town. They were run off on the Bayou Road by a drunk full of shine from old Al Blackman's still. We didn't find them for 2 days. I know that so because at the time of the accident, damn me to hell, I was out at Al Blackman selling him cane and corn and sampling a little of the finished product while I was there too. And so was Delmer Rassou.
And Delmer was the drunk driver who ran them off the road? Landry said.
Yes.
Why wasn't he arrested?
Robert Donnet said there were no proof that Delmer was the one that did it. He refused to arrest him.
So, this is about revenge?
Hell no.
John jumped from the bed, suddenly alive.
This is no revenge. This here is justice. You hear me? Justice for my family. All them people, they think nobody knows what they done. God. Hey, I know. The cancer has finally come for old John here, and there was no more time to wait for justice.
Why didn't you just come to me, John? Landry asked.
What you gonna do? John asked. There's statutes of limitations. They all run out. They all free. But my Annie, she still dead.
John collapsed back onto the bunk, buried his face in his hands and sobbed. Landry did not interrupt the old man's grief. He had been carrying this for 40 years. Stopping John now struck a disharmonious chord at the heart of Landry's psyche. Though long bereft of meaning in modern society, to serve and protect were more than just words to Ed Landry. They went to the heart of his life, first as a soldier, and later when he set out on a career in law enforcement. For him, there was something noble and good in those words, and they were principles worth dying for. However, with them came a thorn in the flesh that John had just twisted. He had sworn to serve and protect within the confines of a legal system. It was a good system, maybe the best ever in human endeavour. However, the law did not always serve justice. The idea that it was better than 1,000 guilty go free than one innocent be wrongfully prosecuted was all well and good for the one. But what of the others? What of the people like John who lived a lifetime in pain because of the guilty going free? John was right in one regard. God knew, and God would deal with it, perhaps in a way God had. Well, unfortunately for Landry, John just couldn't leave vengeance to God.
There's 2 questions,
John said.
In all this story, there's more important than why, Eddie. And can you think what they is?
What's that, John?
How?
He said, his voice a husky whisper. Landry leaned close to the old man's lips. Say it again, John.
How?
John croaked.
How John do it? Who done it? The Rougarou can't touch the one cursed him.
He wiggled a crooked finger for Landry to move even closer and whispered a name in his ear. John's breath rattled in his throat as he heaved a sighing breath. Bayou, Moon, Chapter 12. Let's get straight into that. Landry closed John's eyes and placed one of the thin pillows under his chin and slowly pulled a blanket over his head. Landry hung his head and sighed. Before the advent of the Rougarou, John Saint Pierre was more of a fixture in Landry's life, much like the Bayou Cafe or the traffic lights on Main Street. Rather than a real person, John had always been around, in a way most of the time, but there. Now he was gone, and his passing left Landry empty and numb. He couldn't quite account for the depth of the impact upon his heart. The man was a killer, yet he grieved for him more than his victims. He mourned, too, that it took his death to right the wrongs done to him. What about Delmer and the rest? Roger, John, and Jeff were innocent kids. What about their lives? He didn't have an answer, just an overwhelming feeling of loss. He turned away from the body and trudged to the common room. The day had dawned while he had sat with John, and sunlight filtered through the windows. The sky outside, those to the east, were illuminated with a rose-coloured blush of the new day. "Morning, Freddie," he said, his voice feeling as heavy as his heart. "I'm gonna need you to call Doc Johnson. John's dead." "What happened?" Just make the call, would you?" Landry snapped. "I'm sorry, Freddie. I'm tired and out of sorts. John had cancer. I suppose it finally got him." "Yeah, no worries, Sheriff," Freddie replied. "I'll do that now. There's fresh coffee." "Thanks. I can always rely on you. I'll sit with John until the doc gets here. Just send him on back." It was hard to imagine that the withered shell under the blanket was a few hours ago a monster capable of ripping people to shreds. And probably saved your life, he thought. Well, he had returned the favour, even if that life lasted only a single night.
Dried blood stained the blanket drawn up over him. Landry silently shook his head at the sight. Do you think he redeemed himself a bit at the end? Jerry asked.
Who knows, Landry said. That's way above my pay grade. I hope so, for his sake.
Yeah, me too. Doc Johnson will be here soon. I left Matt to finish up at John's place. Did he tell you why?
Yeah, but more importantly, Landry said, he told me how.
I figured we knew how.
We knew how people died, Landry said. We guessed how he became a monster, but we didn't know who helped him to get there. He had all the bitterness and hate he needed inside. The cancer ate him up, ate away his restraint. But he did not have the one thing to make it all happen. He did not become a Rougarou on his own, and for that he needed help.
What? There's more of these?
I don't think so, Landry told him. But the potential is there anytime someone takes a notion, like John did.
Jesus, Mary and Joseph. Who else is involved?
As far as I know, just John. Me and one other know that. I promised John that was how I would keep it. It's not the type of thing we would want to spread all over town.
Is it over then?
All but the shouting. I write up the paperwork and handle the press. We'll put this whole thing to bed as quietly as possible.
Sheriff, Doc Johnson is here,
Freddie called from the doorway. Doc is the one obstacle to a clean end. That one's up to me too. Wish me luck.
Jerry held the door open for the ME, and Landry pointed the way. The gesture was more habit than necessary. There was only one occupied cell.
He had cancer and a do not resuscitate order, Doc. I don't think anyone in town knew that. He told me last week. He asked and I let him go, Landry said.
Dr. Johnson pulled back the blanket. He turned his head, looked at Landry in the eye. The doctor lifted his eyebrows, giving him a quizzical look.
Cancer isn't what killed him, Sheriff. I don't need to do the autopsy to know that. You better level with me now. Al Blackman did that, Landry said, pointing at the wounds. John didn't want hospital. I just couldn't make myself call an ambulance. He was dying anyway.
Okay, I'll buy that, Johnson said. Which brings up a thornier question. If Al Blackman did this, and I'm not saying he didn't, mind you, and y'all shot him, where's the weapon? I mean, y'all literally blew the man's head off. I found no knife, no gun, nothing. How'd that happen?
Al Blackman was a Rougarou, just like John said.
Try again. Landry let go a deep breath and hung his head a moment before looking at Dr. Johnson in the eye. His hands rose to his hips as his shoulders squared and his chin rose.
Doc, it's the only story I have, Landry said. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would not believe it either. Hell, I didn't believe it when John told me, but that's the God's honest truth.
I can't put that on Ed's death certificate.
Then put the bare truth, gunshot wound, suicide by cop if you want.
Who pulled the trigger?
I did. And that's the truth? You're not covering for anyone. Absolute truth. Ask Jerry.
I did, but I wanted to hear it from you too, Sheriff. What's going on here?
Clear us to move the body and come with me to my office, Landry said. I'll tell you the whole story just as I will tell it in court. When I'm done, you will do whatever you think is right. I expect no less.
Okay, we have a deal. Have Freddie call the funeral home to pick John up. 10 minutes later, the form to release John's body signed and coffee and beignets from the cafe. 10 minutes later, the form to release John's body was signed, coffee and beignets from the cafe in hand. Landry and Dr. Johnson settled into the chairs in front of Landry's desk. The doctor leaned back into his chair to listen. Landry took a sip of his coffee, placed the cup on the edge of the desk and leaned forward, elbows on his knees.
Your office had a case back in 1947. Before your time, I know. 2 women and an infant drowned in a car fished out of the Bayou after 2 days of searching for them. They were the wife, daughter, and granddaughter of John Saint Pierre. Keeping back only one detail, Landry told the story. And when he was finished, he sat back, took up his coffee, and raised his cup to the doctor. "And that is the story first to last," he said. "I can't tell it any differently and still tell the truth. Tell that story anywhere, court included, and I'm finished, but that's just what will happen." "Well, that's the craziest thing I ever heard," Dr. Johnson said with a shake of his head. "I still don't know if I believe it or if you've gone off the deep end yourself. I don't think you're crazy, so I have to believe it." The two sat quietly looking at each other for 3 very long minutes before Dr. Johnson shrugged. "Well, our Blackman was suicidal," he said at last. "He attacked John St. Pierre and 2 officers. He was shot and killed, resisting arrest. It's a skeleton of truth. I suppose we are all the best served to bury it." "Thanks, Doc," Landry said. "I don't think John has any kin around here. When you're done, tell Chet Rollins I will pick up the bill for the funeral. That's me, not the department." "Why are you doing this, Sheriff? What's it to you?" "I don't know, Doc." Landry's voice cracked but held. "I really don't know." The camera crew from Channel 12 passed the hearse carrying John's body in the middle of the block and pulled up to the curb where Landry stood watching him go. He glanced down at the shining star on his chest, and with a mournful sigh, he readied himself to lie his ass off for the good of those he swore to protect. He knew he might get crucified for it, but it was what you did, the sacrifice you made to make people feel safe in their homes again. The people of Loquette needed that, needed him to reassure them the monster never existed, and if it did, it was gone forever. They needed that more than the truth right now. Later, they could believe what they pleased about him. "Hello, Miss Martin," he greeted the onrushing reporter. "What can I do for you today?" "Is it true the person responsible for the murders here in Loquette has been apprehended?" She stuck a microphone in his face. "That is correct," he said. "At approximately 11 o'clock last night, members of my force responded to an assault in progress. When the perpetrator attacked my officers, he was shot and killed." "What was the man's name, and how do you know it was the murderer you were looking for?" "The man's name was Al Blackman. He runs an illegal moonshine operation in the area. We believe the murders are related to his criminal activities. The man he assaulted at the time of our being called died some time later from the wounds he received at the hands of Mr. Blackman. Before he died, he told officers that Blackman confessed to the murders, and we have no reason to doubt that report at this time." "What was the latest victim's name?" "His name was John St. Pierre, who had a long history of involvement with the suspect and in the illegal manufacture of alcohol. That's all I have for now. The full text of my report will be available in a couple of days." "Sheriff, are you present at the shooting, and do you feel such use of force was necessary?" "As I said, my report will be available in a few days. But in a word, yes to both questions. Now, you will excuse me." Landry turned and walked away from the questions shouted after him without any further word. Cletus assumed guard duty at the door to keep Shelley Martin and her crew away, and they soon gave up. "If you ever decide to give up law enforcement, Sheriff," Jerry told him, "you can go into public relations. That truth was sliced fine as a frog's hair and spun like a widow's web. I hope you were taking notes just in case you ever find yourself in this job." "You think they will bite?" "What? The Blackman was shot and John died of wounds consistent with the other victims? What choice do they have? That's all true enough. The truth and nothing but the truth." "Just not the whole truth," Jerry reminded him. "Most of the time, nobody really wants the whole truth," Landry told him. "The court may ask for it, but they sure as hell never get it. You don't have to convince everybody, just the lawyers." The afternoon air blew fresh with a breeze off the bayou.
A cloudless sky watched over the 6 people standing beside the freshly dug grave near the iron gates of Peaceful Pines. And though he should not have been, Landry was surprised to learn John had a spot reserved since 1947. Landry stood stone-faced between Christy Dulac and Jerry Wills as Father Jean said a prayer. It was simple, a graveside ceremony. Chet Rollins and his assistant, Dan Nilsson, kept watch on the proceedings from a discreet distance. Landry wished the other attendee had shown the courtesy and respect to do the same. And Lilith Delphos stood across the grave from Landry, a smug look on her face. He could well imagine the source of that look. Lilith was named as the sole heir of John Saint Pierre. It wasn't that she would get much, a small house and a few acres still owned by John. It was the price she exacted for it that grated on Landry. After the service, Landry excused himself and went to speak with Lilith, while Christy and Jerry went on to the wake at the Bayou Cafe. "John told me," he said without preamble. "So?" she said. "What are you going to do about it? Wait, I'll tell you. Nothing. There's nothing you can do. There's no such thing as witchcraft. I could hang out a shingle. Maybe I will." We'll see," Landry told her.
"Look, John tried to renege on our deal," she said. "He didn't think I knew my grandmother's part in his little tragedy, but I did. And I knew something John didn't know. A Rougarou can't harm the one who brings the spell."
Unless he made other plans. It was Landry's turn to smile. A worried look crossed Lilith's face and quickly vanished. Landry could tell, however, that the seed of doubt was planted. "Do everyone a favor and skip the wake," he told her. When she left him, Landry turned to the grave one last time. "God help me, John. I will do my best," he whispered and slowly walked away.
"What was that about?" Christy asked when he arrived at the cafe.
"Our little one finished business with John," he replied. "She's his heir."
"Her?" Christy's voice climbed with surprise. "What did John have to do with someone like her? No, wait. If it's the general gossip, I don't want to know the answer to that."
"No, it's not that," Landry said with a chuckle. "Although I wouldn't have put it past John. No, it's business John had with her family a long time ago."
For the next 2 hours, Maury served food and drinks in honor of John St. Pierre. Landry and Christy disposed of 2 bottles of her favorite North Coast Dared and a fair amount of crawfish, a touffe, before he decided it would serve and protect the public for him to walk her home. Their steps were a little uncertain at times, but arm in arm they made it safely to her door, and she fumbled with the keys briefly before unlocking the door. She turned to him and circled him with her arms. Their lips met sweetly, and then more urgently as their embrace grew stronger. Slowly, reluctantly, they pulled away from each other. "You can come in, if you like," she said.
"I can't," he told her. "It wouldn't be right."
"I'm not that drunk."
"It's not that. Not just that," he said. "I'm not sure it would be fair to you."
"What is it then? Are you secretly married?"
He chuckled with her and shook his head. "No, nothing like that unless you include my attachment to my job. I need some time to get my head on straight."
"Okay, Ed. Have it your way."
Anger flashed in her eyes.
"Just be sure, you're not the only man in the world."
"You have no idea how well I know that," he said with sadness flooding his voice. "Good night, Christy." 2 weeks later, all the paperwork fine-tuned and submitted in triplicate, every T crossed and every I dotted, the case was declared closed. The medical examiner's report was thin but complete. As Landry predicted, everyone was satisfied with the results. Landry, however, remained unsatisfied by its outcome. It wasn't enough that Loquette's Rougarou was dead. The potential for more still existed. All it took was another bitter heart full of hate and willing to exact vengeance for whatever wrongs it perceived it had endured. and Lilith Defos confessed she was up to round 2 if it suited her purposes. She was right. There was no law to stop her. Folks at Salem had made sure of that 200 years ago. Were they even wrong back then? He wondered. That was not his to decide. He had a real problem. Whether Lilith could do as she said was a matter of opinion, and maybe it didn't matter as long as she and her victim believed it. Sadly, serving and protecting generally an exercise in futility that came after the damage was done. Would justice ignored be his undoing, clouding forever his approach to his duty? If so, what was he prepared to do about it? And there it was, wasn't it? What was he going to do? His inability to answer clearly and with determination had probably cost him a chance with Christie. Nice guys finish last, a voice from his past spoke in his mind. 10 of the last 14 nights, sitting at home in his recliner in the midst of a beer haze wasn't helping. It wasn't really his role in the final outcome of his duty that sent Landry into a tailspin. It was the bridge he had to cross to get there. That, and his own anticipatory mental vision of carrying out what his heart told him he must do. He hated that feeling. It was too familiar, like sitting in the chopper, waiting to hit the LZ, knowing it was hotter than hell. He threw the bottle in his hand against the wall with a foamy crash and shattering of brown glass. The next day, following a night of restless tossing, he dressed and went to work. And to the surprise of everyone, he arrived at his office dressed in jeans, in a red plaid shirt and a camo-coloured mosey oak cap. He nodded and waved greetings but said nothing on his way to his office. He could hear the buzz outside and ignored it while he scribbled on the paper in front of him. An hour later, he finished and called Jerry Wills into his office. Landry's weapon, badge and 2 envelopes were on the desk in front of him. Jerry, Landry said, I'm calling it quits. You will take over my duties until there's an election. I've already cleared it with the police, jury, and the city. Don't argue with me. Just say thanks and do the job. And believe me, I'm not doing you a favor. Jerry huffed, folded his arms across his chest and kept whatever he had to say inside. And there were times you didn't argue with Ed Landry, and he knew this was one of them. I hope you'll run for sheriff when the time comes. You'll make a good sheriff and don't let anyone tell you otherwise. You do what you think's best about John and my part in keeping his name clear. Whatever you decide, I'll be leaving Loquette later today. What? Why? Trust me, it's for the best, Landry said. I have one bit of unpleasant business to attend to before I go, and so, this is goodbye. Landry searched Jerry's eyes. He was looking for something he wasn't quite sure how to explain, but he knew it when he saw it. He had seen it in the eyes of the men who fought with him. A kind of kinship that went beyond the expediency of the moment into the depths of a man's purpose. He was about to put his life in another man's hands, and he wanted to believe he was right in doing so. Jerry, he said at last, do you remember where Rougarous come from? And Jerry nodded. Yeah, they don't come from anywhere. Right, they are made, not born, Landry said. I'm going to see that no more are made around here. You understand that when I'm gone. I trust you to do what you think is best when that time comes. I have my official letter of resignation on the desk. The other one contains a personal letter I'd like you to deliver to Christie Dulac after I'm gone. I have my official letter of resignation on the desk. The other one contains a personal letter I'd like you to deliver to Christie Dulac after I've gone. The door to the clapboard house on Bayou Road pushed open in response to the knock. A young woman in a thin cotton dress stood in the doorway, smoothing down her tousled red hair. A cigarette dangled from her lips, and her eyes blinked at the figure silhouetted by the bright sunlight. Well, Sheriff, Lilith Delfaux welcomed him. The Bible says,
he began. "Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live."
"Does it now?" The woman threw back her head and laughed. "Did you get that from old John?"
"No, but he did give me something for you." Landry pulled a pistol from the small of his back and pressed it to the left side of her head and pulled the trigger. He placed the weapon in her right hand. He left her laying in the doorway and walked across the road to where his car was parked. He swung the spare out the way, lifted open the back door, and pulled out a black plastic trash bag from the jumble of boxes and suitcases. In no hurry, he made his way through the trees to the bank of the bayou. The bag held a shirt, jeans, and a pair of boots. The clothes he hung from a limb on the nearby tree, while he stripped off those he was wearing and stuffed them into the trash bag. Squatting at the water's edge, he washed away the blood splattered on his face and arms. That done, he dressed, walked back to his jeep, and tucked the trash bag under the old duffel bag. He closed the back door and then secured the spare tire. He took a long, last look at the house where his career, his chance at love, and the life he had built ended. "It's finished," he told himself and turned the key in the ignition. A few minutes later, as he drove away from the town, he glanced up into his rear-view mirror. Loquette faded from his sight. He watched it go and turned towards the unknown that stretched out before him. Wow, 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 wow. And another one. Wow. Absolutely wonderful, chest-pounding, mysterious tapestry of horror there. Beautifully crafted by the wonderful Jack LaFountain. As you guys know, this wonderful story is available for pre-order, set for release on the 5th of July. You can get your orders in now over on Amazon. Of course, I'll leave the link to that in the description box below. Jack has quite a few other storybooks out as well, so it's well worth looking into those as well. As always, please do let us know what you thought down below in the comments box. Please do like and share. It really does help build the channel and our community further. And why not hashtag TeamFEAR. As always, much love and respect to each and every single one of you. A big welcome to all the brand new subscribers over the last couple of weeks. As always, guys, I hope you're fit and focused, you're keeping busy, and above all, remember, be safe, not sorry.